Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope and pray you had a fabulous, fabulous evening last night. I did. I had a very good evening, unexpected, but fabulous. Oh my gosh, y'all, today, today, closing arguments. Oh gosh, y'all, we can't do better than that. Oh my gosh. Y'all, closing arguments. I'm so excited. I am not getting preview. Hold on. Let me reset this. Let's see if it will reboot. I am so excited, y'all. We made it 8 weeks. And now in the 9th week. Wow. Let's see. 73 minus 6 is 77? 67. Prosecution put on 67 witnesses and defense put on 6. Go figure, y'all. Go figure. Wow. I'm so excited to be here. Let's do our birthdays because we're going to have to hop on as soon as they do. So let's get our birthdays underway.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, everyone. Happy birthday to Kathy. Happy birthday, Kelly. May it be blessed. Happy birthday to Amanda. Oh, Amanda, I hope you have an amazing birthday. Good luck on the fundraiser. Happy birthday, Pearl. Katie, oh, may it be a fabulous day.
Happy birthday.
I don't know why that didn't keep going. Okay. Happy birthday, Shelly. We have a lot of birthdays today. Cheryl. Oh my God, beloved. Happy sneezy birthday. And Sherry. Happy birthday, Jesse. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to Deborah. Happy birthday, Adriana. Always comes in twos. Lacey. And happy birthday, Lindy. Happy birthday to everyone. May it be a fabulous birthday. And that ended right on time. Oh my gosh. Happy birthday. Hi, Miss Kevin. Good morning. Andrell, good morning. Good morning, everybody. I am actually kind of frantic this morning. I got up. Now, my children and I got to go back to last night. My children decided last night, last minute, to go to a seafood restaurant in San Antonio. Well, that's about an hour and a half drive. So we went, got out of here We went, got home about 10:15. Everything's great. Go to bed, sleep like a baby, get up this morning, and my kids were still asleep. My daughter and them are home from college. And I thought, I'm just going to go ahead and come into work. I tried to wake up my son, and it was like, ain't happening. I'm like, okay. So I decided, well, he's got his car. I just thought he can drive him and his sister in. Well, I get all the way over here, and guess what? His car's parked here. I forgot. We left his car here and drive back home and go get him. Hence why the frantic miss. Happy closing arguments. Cheers. Coffee. I guess I should put a poll up. What do you think? Should I put a poll up? Should I put a poll up? Well, I think I shall. Why don't we start a poll? Um, how long will the jury deliberate? Hoping I spelled that right. Yay, I did. We're just going to go by days. We're not going to go by anything more. I don't think it's going to take longer than that. I'm not going to go into hours. Not going to go into hours. Okay, poll is up. Let's have fun. Figured out how to do that. Can I do a second poll? I think I like the other one better. Yeah, I like that one better. Let's do that one. Let's do that one. Let's end that poll. Let me just end that poll. And then we'll start another poll. I like that. I wish you could have two polls up there. Verdict, ... Guilty. Not. Not guilty. And hung jury, right? Is that what y'all think? Hung jury. I'd rather do that. I like that. That works. Mo better. Yeah, me too. But we all could be wrong. They can throw us through a loop. You never know. You never know. Okay, guys. Wow. The infamous. This is my calendar I was reading, which I got to go get little inserts for. The infamous book, and I got more on this one over here. We started, and I'm going to see if I took notes. State on the opening. Oh, this is good. I did make notes. grabbing this marker. Okay. Let's see if I think they proved what they said. We're going to do this until they come on. I'm not going to go through the details. I'm not going through the details of this, but I'm going to get to where they said 4:30 KR came into the room saying that okay. John searched on I'm questionable. Jen searched on phone. How's long to die in cold? If I believe the experts, I'm going to believe the defense. I'm going to put a question mark X on the defense's side. Oh, sorry about that. I bumped a button. Then it says, O'Keefe was suspected of cheating. That was proven. Well, not. Not proven. I'm being facetious. I'm being very facetious because you can't really prove one way or the other. It just wasn't with that girl. The car went 64 feet at over 28 miles an hour. I don't think they proved that one. Tail light was found. The hair was found. Okay, they did find all that. Well, I can't say that they did. That's what they presented. Let's put it that way. I'm looking at what they actually, let me move it over here. What they actually proved, okay? Okay, let's look at the defense. I mean, I don't see anything over here that they proved to me. That 2018, they moved into a new home, 8 years. Okay, that's just family. 3 women were standing near the body. Yes, they proved that. Yes, he had hand injuries. The Karen Reed saying, I did it, I hit him, questionable. Cell phone of John Kate's underbody, yes. Right tail light damaged. I'm going to put a check because we saw a video of her backing up and hitting and backing up into John O'Keefe's car, but questionable as to the extent of damage. Now, they said earlier on the 28th they went to a pizza place. No, they did not. That was not. No footprints around car. Okay, I didn't remember that. 4:30 a.m., Karen Reed came into the room saying John O'Keefe, didn't come home. That wasn't the way it went down. And that's what they said in testimony, in the pretrial statements. Karen Reed started driving around calling him friends. Okay, so going into the room of his daughter, maybe, that was proven. Okay, change that. Started driving around looking for him, yes. Insistent on going, yes. Defendant only wanted to see John O'Keefe. That's very questionable. 6:20, no one else could have seen him, questionable. At 6:23 to 6:24, Jen O'Keefe searched on phone. How's long to take to die in cold? I don't think the defense proved that. Hey. Oh, you don't have to share it, but I'm glad you finally have an answer. Private message me if you'd like. The 29th found the sneaker and parts of a tail light. They did. Hair found on bumper. That's very questionable. The hair on the bumper looked like it had fallen on the bumper. Could have been from one of the people walking around the vehicle in the Sally Port because it was covered in snow. It'd gone through all that driving, and that hair was very precariously. So I'm going to say no. And it said DNA sample matched John O'Keefe. Okay, yes, but once again, just touching that taillight. There was not enough evidence. They did not say blood, and that would have been a bigger clincher. Let's go through the defense opening. Police did no legal investigation. I think they did, but it wasn't to their satisfaction. It was a tunneled investigation. I would agree on that. John O'Keefe found Brian Albert in front. Was found in, front yard. Brian Albert was a first responder and did not go outside. Yes. Investigators did not enter the home. They did enter the home, but they didn't investigate the home. So that's going to be a check and a no. Canton police should not be investigating. That was true. They removed themselves from the investigation, but they continued. The state troopers did take over the investigation, but the problem was the person they put in charge was Proctor. It was a conflict of interest. That was proven. Canton was involved in the updates of the case. Yes. The lead investigator, Michael Proctor, was friends of Albert. And yes, that was proven. January 29th, they never investigated the actual home. That was proven. That Proctor's a second family to the Alberts. Yes, they agreed. Proctor texting, all that Michael Proctor text that they proved. Just hope she'd kill herself. That was proven. Michael Proctor stated homeowner would not catch a bunch of grief because, that was proven. Search warrant. There was an issue with the search warrant, the SUV search warrant. That was proven. There was people surrounding the vehicle. They moved the vehicle before search warrant was proven. Okay, the taillight scenario. Look at all the prove-ins on this. Oh, well, thank God it can be managed. I'm sorry. Thank God it can be managed. They kept going back and forth finding tail light for dates. That's true. The police chief drove by and found a piece. That was true. It was not proven that Karen Reed left John O'Keefe at the home, but highly suspected. That Karen Reed did get her taillight damaged, and there's video when she backed up into the vehicle of John O'Keefe. Brian Nagel stated he did not see damage to the taillight. That was testified to. 5 a.m. the video of her hitting his car. Yep. The possibility that someone could have beaten him was proven yesterday. That house long to die in the cold at 227. I think that was proven, in my humble opinion. I think the expert, it was a battle of experts, but I believe the expert on the defense's side more based on his qualification. Everything that I have here, more Google searches by Jim McCabe. Okay, left to, Snowplower did not see John O'Keefe. Paul McCarthy said the street was not plowed, and it was 2 times at least. The snowplow 230, no body. The butt dials were proven. The Ford Edge at 3 a.m. I'm like, y'all, if you go down the list of what was stated in opening statements versus what was stated on both sides, I have a page, a front and a back of the prosecution, a front, a back, and a front of the defense, excuse me. On the prosecution side, I have half a page, and 80% of what they claimed was not proven. All of that is all in my humble opinion. I bet you are relieved. And quality of life is going to improve as soon as you get that medicine balance, I'm believing. Speaking of, I better take mine. The court fan has started. Oh. I understand the sense of relief that you must have at this point. And I'm so happy for you, Miss Kevin. I know that that has been a huge stress on you. And I'm glad that that is resolved. I'm not seeing it either. It is frustrating to me. I'm going to turn my camera off. Back on. It is a little frustrating to me because I had really, really hoped there'd be a whole lot more proof. I came into this. Miss Kevin, go vote. Oh, there is a vote. No. There is, thank you. Whew, it is hot muggy this morning. It is muggy. Woke up with some distant misting. It's the clouds were so low it didn't even show up on radar. And so it's got a lot of humidity in the air right now. A lot of humidity in the air. A lot of low-lying clouds. I want y'all to see my little girl this morning. Under the desk, look what she's holding. Is that she has her lamb chop. She held on to that a long time this morning. So, when I came into this case, I came in totally naive, as a juror would. I had no idea what was going on, other than the fact that Karen was being accused of killing John O'Keefe. When I first came into this. And when I listened to the opening statements, I really listened to both sides very equally, very fair. I wrote all the notes down that I could write. And I like to go down and check off at the end what I think they've proven or not proven, or what they have proven to be true, whether it's for or against them. And in this case, I think the prosecution started off wrong. I think starting off, oh God, who was the first witness? I know that bad, isn't it? So they started off with day one, Paul O'Keefe, and then they went to the wife of O'Keefe, and then they went to the state troopers, and then the way they presented their evidence didn't flow well. By the way, I do not know who TB or T-Boy is. And I don't know. I know he was arrested. I know what for, but I don't really follow or know him. I never heard of him before this case. And 2 days ago, yesterday, day before yesterday, or not last night, but the night before, he and his girlfriend went to the bar, that this first bar that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed ate at for dinner. And while there, I have to get my list in front of me because this got real hairy last night. While there, I think it was Julie Nagel started filming, and it got out that they were there. Colin Albert showed up. Y'all ready for this? Chris Albert, your selectman, grew a mustache, was there. Then Brian Albert, I think, showed up. I'm not positive was there. But Brian Albert Jr. was there. We had multiple Alberts, and we had McCabe's that were there, showed up. Long story short, 2 people. One is one of the pizza drivers. Another is another lady who's friends with the McCabe's and the Alberts. And by the way, I'm purposely not saying their names. I don't want to give glory to what they did. The pizza driver for the restaurant owned by McCabe slapped the phone out of T-Boy's hand and knocked it into the street. And the brother or relative to the selectman stood and was poking T-Boy's girlfriend's arm. Long story short, they had 2 people arrested for assault. And I don't understand. I'm not on anyone's side prior to this incident. I saw the video and I was like, I understand some people said, why didn't T-Boy leave? Well, if I remember correctly, their vehicle or where they had to go was that way. And when they came out of the restaurant, when they went in, nobody was sitting on the benches outside. When they came out, was what I call the clan, was a mix of Albert and McCabe. So now that has been, Albert and McCabe's are now being called McCabe's. Albert and the McCabe's are calling McAlberts. I'm sorry. They're being called McAlberts now. And a crowd gathered. A woman showed up. She started screaming. She grabbed the phone away from McAlbert, from TB. Sorry, I'm getting my things mixed up. I'm focused on my glasses. She grabbed, yes. Well, TB is out on bond because he's been charged with tampering with witnesses, and there's all this stuff about that I've learned. But here's the thing. He didn't aggress anyone. He defended his right to be there verbally. He did get his camera out to protect himself, but the McCabe's and the Alberts, everyone's calling them McAlberts, were the aggressors. He tried to avoid a little bit. He called the police, took them, I think, close to 18 minutes, longer than 15 to show up. This environment is so explosive right now in Canton. But the ones who caused all the problems, 90% of it, was the selectman, Chris McCabe. Oh, am I right? No, Chris Albert, excuse me. I'm getting everyone confused. Chris Albert got in Turtle Boy's face. Chris Albert did pull the young man away from Turtle Boy. McAlbert Mafia, yeah. And that's the way they were behaving. They were behaving so disrespectful for his position. Mm. And if this is an example of what, if John O'Keefe got in a fight with him, and if this was an example of what he faced, y'all, this totally changed my opinion. Now, as a juror, they don't know what happened. They shouldn't know. And that part of me is not affected. Okay. I can separate it. If I'm a juror and I didn't know this, what would my verdict be? After seeing this, my verdict would be just. And I think the charges on Turtle Boy need to be dropped, and his attorney's going to have fun with this. Because, yes, he stood there and defended his right to stand there, but he didn't walk up to anybody. He didn't go up and yell, "You're an idiot, you're stupid, you're ugly." I mean, they were assaulting verbally his girlfriend. Asked her if she was pregnant, and then when she said no, they, "You're beautiful, but you're an idiot," or something. I don't remember the phrases they were all saying. I was dozing off when I watched this, but the pillars of the community were the ones doing the attacking. And then this woman drove up, got out of her car, grabbed the phone, and went ape freaking nuts. Y'all, it was bad. Okay, we have court. And of course, they immediately go to sidebar. And the faces on all them is, oh man, this is going to be interesting. Let me get why is my thing popping around? That ain't good. So after what I saw, the behavior yesterday, I think my verdict would be correct, in my humble opinion. And right now, my opinion, it's my channel. Okay, let's see. Let me reverse this just a hair so if I can get a sound.
I need to see.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure I had sound. There we go. They do. And the behavior and the way that all this went down was so inappropriate. I mean, if he was a pillar of the community and Chris Albert was who he claimed to be on the stand, yeah, totally different than what he presented last night. He should be ashamed of himself. And if I was his wife, I'd be pissed. Because if Turtle Boy treated you this way, then he needs to be reprimanded. But if you see the video, no bueno. Okay, guys, I honestly, I didn't think we were going to get something else popped up on my feed. But I know a lot of people are watching a lot of these channels. I thank you for joining me. You could have picked someone else and you chose me. So thank you very much. Please do me a favor, hit the like and the subscribe. Yep, that's right. We are representatives of our family, and how we behave in public is how our family is going to be viewed. And if that, we may watch some of that video. I may play some of that video while we're waiting for jury to lib. I'm going to be right. I'm here. I'm just going to close screen for a sec. Well, dang it. Now they're doing what I don't like. Sorry, I had to take a bite. Someone asked why I'm always eating. Number one, I have to eat something with my meds. Have to. Number two, I sit here almost 8 hours a day. Got to eat at some point. And I'm more of a grazer through the day instead of big meals. That's just me. Okay, they went back to the fan. They got another problem. They went to a sidebar. Now they've gone to the fan. So I don't know what's going on. God only knows. That coffee tastes real good today. By the way, I want to thank my sponsor. They're fabulous. Sugar Shack Coffee. That's what's kept me going through this entire trial. So let's hear a word from my fabulous sponsors. Hey, y'all. I am so excited we have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you, and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country. Yep, y'all. I run on coffee and grace. I hope so. I hope so. So let me get this back into my comments. Okay. So those who were watching, what? Right now it's 100% not guilty. Those who are watching, what was the most impactful moment in today's court? I mean, in this, not today's court, in this entire 8 weeks, what was the most impactful moment? Good or bad? I think one of the moments I'll remember, not so much good impactful, I just cannot get Jennifer McCabe's face out of my head when she was screaming, Jan! That just can't get that out of my head at all. You can't unsee that. I honestly do not believe in the least that that happened that way. I really don't. I find it interesting. I'm still thinking about the poor dog. I feel bad for the family who got the dog. I don't know what's happened to the dog. I tell people, someone said, "What happened to the dog? Where's the dog?" And I said, I played a joke. I played a joke on a woman. I was at dinner, and this lady's been watching or listening and watching the live, depending on where she is. And she was my waitress. And she goes, I can't get the dog out of my head. Where's the dog? What happened to the dog? Did they put it down? What happened? I said, no, darling, it's in the witness protection program. And when all this is over, it's going to come back home. And she got so excited. I thought I just died laughing. That is true. I think the most angriest of people was Jen McCabe. That woman, 2 years later, or a year and a half, 2 years since the incident happened, is spewing that much anger. Why? It didn't line up for me. If one of two things happened that night, if she ran into the bedroom of a cop and her sister's husband is a police officer, And they had a dog that was semi-aggressive, meaning barked, guard doggish, bites, proven that it bites multiple times. And you storm in her bedroom. One of two things happened. One, I don't know what cop doesn't sleep with a gun near the bed. I have a gun near my bed. I have no problem saying the word. I know I'm not monetized. I've got to forget. I forget. I can't say that. I have a mechanical device that projects lead next to my bed, and so do police officers. Wouldn't you think that that person would stand up with a mechanical device that projects lead if someone enters the room screaming like a freaking banshee? Number one. Number two, the dog would have gone berserk if somebody busted into the room and everybody's asleep and started screaming. Or the other scenario is they were already awake and she went up there and there was no dog. I have a problem believing the dog would be allowed to be rehomed. Here's honestly, and it's really sad. I have a friend whose dog, I told y'all, I shared this, her pet that she's raised from a puppy, attacked her when she gave it a treat out of the blue. The dog had to be put down and checked for rabies. And she did not want to go through the rabies. She's done that before. So tell me, do you think a dog that has a history of biting and a dog that attacked another animal and 2 women would be permitted to be rehomed? I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think I don't know what their rules are, but I think the dog was detained possibly for 14 days to make sure it didn't have rabies, or it was put down. And if it was detained for the 14 days, the city would have records. Now, you can detain the dog in the home for 14 days, but the city would have records. Where's all the documentation to all of this? I want to see the documentation. If the dog was rehomed, the wife stated that they contacted the company where they got the dog in Texas. And I'm like, oh God, don't put Texas on that map. And they got the dog from them, contacted them, and they said they could not take the dog back, but they helped find a new home. And that she says that she has kind of, sort of, for the first few months, stayed in contact with the person who got the dog. Then why was that person not brought into court? If that person truly exists, why was it not brought into court? If the dog is still in existence, they could have gotten bite marks. They could have had it bite foam or whatever. Yeah, the 2 ladies had to go to the hospital. Okay, the thing about the police dog, that has not, I heard somebody say that was not true. We don't know if it was trained or wasn't fully trained. I don't know the truth of that matter. But I don't care if you know me. My dog has a friend, okay, my sister-in-law, knows her, knows my mom, even my own kids. If I'm sound asleep and she's in there with me and she doesn't bark, only time she barks is when she desperately needs to use the bathroom. Other than that, I've never heard her bark. And you have a dog that is a high barker, you would think it would at least acknowledge that somebody was storming up the stairs. that dog would have heard her in the house before it even hit the bedroom and would be growling and barking. Now, it may stop when it sees her. If you sit here and you're in the second story, your bedroom is on the second story, and it's early in the morning, and someone's just bolting up the stairs and screaming, trying to get you guys to wake up and busting in your bedroom until the dog sees who it is, that dog's going to have a reaction. That dog is going to be letting you know, because this dog has already been proved to be a barker. That means it barks at people going by the house. It barks when people come up to the house. But my question is where was the dog by the time the police got there? And Jen said the dog was not in the room. She didn't see the dog. So that means the dog wasn't in the house, because there's no way to miss that presence. No way you're going to miss a presence of a dog that has an aggression issue and that has a barking issue. It ain't going to happen. So I have a suspicion that the daughter took the dog with her, but that is just speculation. Excuse me for a minute, guys. Feels like I love my hearing aids, but at the same time, sometimes yep, there it is. Sometimes when I put them on, a piece of my hair goes in with it and it tickles, and it's not in a good way. Oh, so unnerving. I had to get it out. So that was one of the things for me. It's been so long ago on the defense's side, it's really hard. This past week, let's just deal with this past week. Well, in the negative, I think the police officer who was trained in accident reconstruction was not a good witness for them. Yeah. Well, luckily, I don't have that problem. Children usually have more than adults. I produce a lot, but not as much as I used to. So that kind of has gotten better. Also, I go in on a regular basis, get checked. I notice, like, if I start to notice my hearing feels like it's just been shutting down even more. Now it doesn't really matter, but before I'd go in and they'd say, "Oh, no, it's blocked," or "Nope, it's your hearing, you're losing more hearing." So that really depends. But yeah, oh my gosh, people have no idea. Hearing aids, especially the full molds, the little itty bitty wire with the little itty bitty cup at the end, no big deal. But when you have a full mold for the profound, those who have moderate to severe to profound, that a whole new ball game. Get the tubes, but understand it can cause scarring. Okay, so yeah, I got tubes practically every year of my life until I was about 26. My ears are horrible looking. Yeah, but in some ways they're more comfortable, in the sense you don't have the air going in with the hearing aid, and they tend to stay in place better. But when you get your molds, you see how this has got a hole through it. A lot of times they leave all of this one piece. Make sure that they do this to it, because that makes it easier on the ears. Yeah, yeah. That makes it easier on the ears, so this part of your ear can breathe and doesn't get like acne and things in there. And when you go to pull it out, you can put your finger back behind it as a mom and a kid, instead of pulling from the tube. You don't want to pull from the tube, because then the tube will start getting dislodged from the hearing aid. And then you have to go have it glued back on or get a new tube. Pull from the hearing aid. Oh, why do the kids get the cool stuff? I want cool stuff. I thought about blinging mine out, putting bling, but it just wouldn't work for me. Never pull on the tubing. Yeah. Some people pull from back here, and I freak out when they do that. My hearing aids are 8,000 in here. I'm not going to do that. I mean, if I had to replace these, I couldn't do it at all. Just can't do it. I don't know what's going on with court. Does anybody else know? Oh, that's awesome. I want a fun mold. Why can't I have a fun mold? I'm going to look. What was his name? The guy in court? Juror 3 walked out. Oh my God. Juror number 3, nicknamed Pam Beasley, is standing with her arms crossed 5 feet from the Judge Canone as she huddles with attorneys. She seems upset and appears as if they may be kicking her off the jury. This would be an injustice. Juror number 3 has walked out. After she did, the attorneys continued to discuss with Judge Canone. Some have suggested that she may have been the floor person. I have no idea. All I know is the last time they called a juror up like this, she was kicked off. Oh, snap. Now that explains it. Go to Twitter if you want to know what's going on. Oh my God. What was the name of the guy? No. I don't know why she walked off the jury. Hollow chest. You want to go lay down? Good girl. Ooh, we are already starting off in a bad way, y'all. Oh my gosh. Oh, Aiden Kearney is really blowing up things today. He states, think of what a psychopath you have to be to murder someone and then get to sit with their family in court in the vain hope of innocent woman going to jail for the rest of her life for a crime you committed. This is what unfolding 2 feet from me right now. Interesting. So in the jury box are the Alberts and the McCabe's sitting with the parents of the decedent. Not going there. Not going there. I'm going to keep refreshing until we get something else. Where? Okay, I'm going to share this. Let me share this. Give me a second to make it go full. Here we go. And play.
Into deliberations tomorrow. Just be positive, try to feel strong, be with my lawyers and my parents, and just have faith. We've left nothing on the table. I've worked every day at this for 2.5 years, so there's nothing more I can do.
Thank you. Thoughts going into deliberations tomorrow?
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's strong woman. Yeah, some things you just can't unsee, y'all. Some things you can't unsee. So I am everybody's just hanging out. I guess. I guess. Well, why don't I show some of the video of what happened yesterday? This is just a short clip of this is like 15 seconds of what yeah, this is just 15 seconds. Let me get it up and running. Let me go down because it makes it bigger if you do share page, then expand. Okay, just 15 seconds of what happened to T-Boy yesterday.
You know what? I'm so sick of your shit. Oh,
Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, if anybody knows a court reporter who tweets, let me know. Let me know. I am told it is a potential juror issue. This would mean juror number 3 was not called up because she was the floor person. There is some sort of an issue with her. Lots of rumors swirling around in the press box, including whispers of a mistrial, but nothing substantial at all. I could not. Oh, if this gets mistrialed at this point, I think everybody in their freaking brother is going to explode. Ted Daniel, that's who it was. That's who it was. On Twitter or X, right? Okay, he doesn't, he has the same information. This time, the camera operator was given advanced warning that a juror would be coming to speak to the lawyers, and the judge had a sidebar. That's why they fanned up. And then she spoke briefly, and everybody at sidebar has left. So we're just kind of going back and forth and waiting. I really don't think. Was that a 8 minutes ago? Why did they call up juror number 3? Is she the floor person? They are kicking her off. She may be asked to be removed, honestly. It may not be that they're kicking her off. It may be that they're asking her to be removed. I'm just waiting and watching. This woman, oh my gosh, Jill Daniels, that's her name. Anyway, the one woman and the pizza driver and one woman got assault charges filed against them. Oh, thank you, Eddie. But guess what? We have issues with the jury. We have jury issues. Jennifer McCabe was just whispering something in Paul O'Keefe's ear, and they're laughing. Earlier, she was rubbing Aaron O'Keefe's shoulders. That's inappropriate. I'm not saying and accusing the McCabe's or Alberts. That's been done by the defense. But can you imagine how they're going to feel if it was them and the parents and they're sitting with you right now? Right now, according to Christina Rex, the judge gets to call up a juror and ask if they want to be a floor person. Right now. So one of the floor persons, the floor person got kicked off the jury or removed themselves from the jury. How interesting. So we had 3 alternates. I what did we have? I thought we had 18 total. I don't remember. I know that they wanted to have 12 jurors. I do remember that. But 3 alternates would have left by this point if that is the case. Hey, here they come. I'm trying to watch the tweets. Oh, the stories the jurors may tell. Y'all. I'm trying to get back. I had to do this. Let me get this back. Get that back. Let's see what they're saying in the tweets. Nothing new. I don't know if they can't tweet because the judge is in the room. But no news. I know she is really desperate to get this thing over with. But this is what everybody's upset about. Look, you have all of them sitting together. I would look at the. I won't say it. I'll keep my mouth shut. All of them sitting together. No matter what happens here, I feel bad for his family. And it is horrible. And I'm going to do this right now while we have a moment of silence. This is why we're here. May he rest in peace, and may this bring closure if it at all can. Okay. Aiden just tweeted, if the McAlberts' goal was to intimidate Karen Reed by being here, they have failed. She looks unshaken. She's not afraid of them. Yeah, she's doing great. But my heart goes out to the family no matter what. No matter what, my heart goes out to the family. This is brutal. It does not really bring any of this to an end. No matter what the verdict is, they will continue to suffer his loss for the rest of their lives. If she's found innocent, her life is forever altered. Forever. Even found innocent people will still question the guilt or not guilt in her for the rest of her life. There'll be people who don't think she is guilty, and there's going to be people who think she is. She's not going to ever get away from this, and that is a huge shame. If she's found guilty, she goes to jail for life. Packed courtroom today. Sensei, come here. Good girl. I don't know why I'm not playing some music. Gee, mini Christmas, y'all. I should be playing something. I'm still learning how to do all this together. Good morning, Karen. Who voted guilty in the poll? Oh, Miss Karen, you have missed it. Ronnie, you have missed it. No, they have not. They have started. What happened was they brought a juror in the room immediately. And she came in, crossed her arms, and I think it was the floor person. And they had a discussion, and now they're seeking another floor person. So another juror is leaving today. They haven't even opened court. I mean, they came in, sat down, juror came in. I mean, it was that quick. So, here's what is being tweeted. I am told it is a potential juror issue. This would mean juror number 3 was not called up because she's is the floor person. There's some sort of an issue with her. A lot of rumors are swirling. And then it was, according to Christina and Rex, the judges gets to call up another juror and ask if they want to be floor person. So, the beginning of all this, juror number 3 has walked out. After she did, the attorneys continued to discuss with the judge. Some have suggested she may be the floor person. I have no idea. Once again, going to the proverbial fan. So I'm keeping an eye on the tweets to find out what is going on. Okay, The cameraman has just been told to pan up, which means another juror is going to be called again. Appears the Commonwealth is making an argument about a juror. Oh, something's going on. We talked a little bit about this morning, lovelies, about the situation with T-Boy, and him getting verbally and physically assaulted. I don't know if y'all saw the video. The assault was them smacking his phone out of his hand by the pizza delivery guy for, is it Chris Albert's pizza shop? And then a lady shows up on scene, gets out of her car, and just rips the phone out of his hand. We watched a little bit of that video. It's been wild. So closing arguments will begin as soon as they get the jurors situation resolved. And I'm already yawning. This music isn't helping me any. But if I pick something else, it's hard to hear over it. Coffee. So I haven't had my second cup. People tease me about drinking too much coffee. Guys, first cup caffeine, the rest is decaf. So, yeah, I drink coffee. I'm trying to get away from Dr. Pepper. Juror number 3 is back in the courtroom and is speaking to the judge and the lawyers. She has her hands on her hips and looks peeved. Now she walks out. Hard to tell from looking at her face how that went. I don't know what's happening. Maybe she missed a vacay. I'm sure we'll find out eventually. I'm sure eventually we will find out. Miss Karen, how are you doing? Ronnie, I know you won this beautiful mug. And I finally have packages to go out, so I'll be mailing this week. Like I said, I'm show up at work before they open and I leave after they close. Especially with what's going on here. But I will get it in the mail. I promise. It is on my list of things to do this week. And while the jury deliberates, I'll have time to go throw that in the mail. I live in a small town, so we don't have late drop-off areas. I do need to know from you, do you prefer UPS or USPS? Ronnie won this tumbler from Starbucks. I have another one I'll be giving away. But she won it, and I just can't get to the post office in time with everything that we're doing here and work. It's just, I'm here before 7. Juror number 3 has been dismissed. She was an obvious not guilty vote, by far the most attentive juror in the entire trial. Maybe that's why she's pissed. So some people are, once again, this is hearsay. Yep. Some people are saying that this is the Commonwealth trying to stack the jury last minute chance to I'm not going there. I am not going there. We can't say for sure what she is. I'm just reading what's been tweeted. Let's see if my son gets that. Nothing else has been tweeted. Oh, by the way, mods, I have a question for all of y'all. I had someone fussing at me because I'm snacking all the time on my live. I don't think I snack all the time. Since I hear, good girl, thank you for noticing. Good job. But I'm a grazer. I try not to eat big meals. I'm a grazer. And I have people instant message me, fussing at me for snacking while I'm sitting here for 9 hours, 8 hours a day. What is your humble opinion on that? Is it disturbing? They have not started yet. Oh yeah, I got messages. One of them even went so far to say, well, you wouldn't be so fat if you didn't eat all the time. I'm like, you don't know why I'm overweight. I'm not grotesquely, but you have no idea why I have weight on my bones. You know, I lost 100 pounds, then was diagnosed with skin cancer, went chemo and all that. And it put the weight back on me. And all the prednisone that they had to give me. I'm like, get over it. You know, I told someone, I said, look, my body has had 13 miscarriages, given birth to 2 children, had ovarian cancer, a lumpectomy, breast, and then skin cancer. I have been abused by men. I am not a beauty queen anymore. I was a beauty queen. And the fact that I am alive by a lot of counts that I'm not saying on a live is a miracle. I'm a testimony to what God can do, because I should have died many times over. And my body is that testament. And you know what? If that's the way I am right now, so be it. It is nobody else's business. I get so tired of hearing, you got such a pretty face, but the rest of you, even men say it. I've had men say that. And I'm like, do you know what? You've got hair growing out your nose, you're going bald. You got bare belly, missing teeth, and you have the right to say that to me? Go figure. Yeah, I'm starting to get the rude instant messages. Well, women have said it too. No wonder you can't find a husband, because look at you, pretty face. I'm all like, I'd rather be alive than pretty dead. That's good. That was good. I'd rather be alive than pretty dead. I like that. That's a good one. I'd rather be alive than pretty dead. Yeah, that's good. Got to put these on. Yep. I'm watching just the tweets, trying to figure out who's tweeting what and what they're saying. 14 jurors remain. They stacked the jury box during selection to have enough ready to deliberate in case some were lost along the way. So we still have 14. Oh, thank God. Uh, oh no, I'd be well off in Africa. I have my papa has a ministry and has had it for like 50 years. And he's been to Africa at least that many times, if not more. And we were joking, and I said, maybe I ought to go to Africa. I'd find a husband in a heartbeat. And he would be a wealthy husband because they would be very satisfied with my appearance. But I can't bear children, so I'm done with that. So that would kind of change all that. TB says, I need to interview juror number 3. Okay, they're coming back.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Kenomi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Fauquier County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
So happy.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I don't know how many times I start in the morning by saying we appreciate your patience, but today is one of those days. Again, we appreciate your patience. You may notice that one of your fellow jurors is not sitting with us today. I can assure you that that is because of an issue that is just personal to that juror and has nothing to do with any concern of any of you. So please disregard that, okay? I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Absolutely
Everyone
not.
said yes, you nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone
Absolutely
said
not.
yes, you nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday?
I did.
So now we're at the point of the trial where the lawyers get to do their closing arguments for you. I've given them each an hour to do so, and they both tell me that they want a warning. I just don't want you to think I'm scolding them when I give a 5-minute warning, so we'll let them do that. When I was a trial lawyer, I tried a lot of cases in this courtroom. The thing I liked least about the trial was just before I stood up to give my closing argument, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. So because of that, you have to put your notebooks away. All right, so if you just put your notebooks away and just listen, and though the closing arguments are not evidence, they're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all seen how hard the lawyers have worked for this.
I wonder who's going to give the defense's closing argument.
Notice that you paid great attention throughout the entire trial.
Duh.
I ask that you extend your courtesy to the closing arguments. In Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last. So we will hear now from Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass. Look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on, but the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's your job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want, but it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America, lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor. Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that can happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep him close. Offer him help. Offer him a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage, hide personal relationships, make this case cut and dry, and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a
Oh, he
Boston
loves
cop.
saying that.
But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you.
Welcome, Pauline.
But this sort of
Love your
injustice
name.
can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around? Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you
Thank
can
God I'm
against
not
the wall to see
monetized.
what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to
Already
say
on it.
that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends.
The
And you don't have to
defense is
take my word
closing
for it.
first.
Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up into the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Canton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how
No.
can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins.
Oh,
But what's
Jennifer
the
had
real
a slip of
evidence
the tongue.
of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial that was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data. Look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monatomic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Reed was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Reed's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she'd left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie. And Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They'd been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, you coming here? This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers. Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, you know, your girl's been texting me. A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What is that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important there? He couldn't even get his own story straight. First, he said it was administrative work. Then he said he was moving cars. Then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jim McCabe admitted, yeah, I didn't see her there. But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, and just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing. But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't he? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible.
Yep.
It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take? 15 seconds? Maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else. That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None. At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion, the Commonwealth's experts were left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was nobody on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m. And what other suspicious thing happened that night? By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with a Ford Edge? Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m., John's body was, in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabes, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turn to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed.
I like that.
By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe he'd do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little
How
did she
many of
know.
us have done the same thing?
The
How
next
many
open
of us have
voicemail
said
has
things
Karen
that we
parking at
didn't
John's
mean
garage
in anger?
after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, You quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you?
No.
She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, her question was answered and her worst fears were realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her. You can feel the grief. You can feel the raw anguish. You could see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, then to grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse, and it took us showing you the video to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. You can see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished when Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom. He's
That
a
is
sworn
true.
officer.
Look at
He's
it
not
right there.
associated with Kenton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged." Take a look at this photograph and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barrows' description? The one on the left
That one.
or the one on the right? The reconstructed light on the left is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Lank, a very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that. They said it out loud. But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed, what with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought. Let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the tow time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo. Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits, saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Loughran? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us. Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night. There would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Loughran, he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid him. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Alberts. If it were up to Proctor, you literally never would have heard of or from Brian Loughran. That's a scary prospect. I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. See the point? It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself. And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor. So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there. And the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math. That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and comparative analyses, and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that that little hair, tiny, tiny little hair, barely perched on the side of that SUV survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside. That would be a magic hair indeed. That magic hair means nothing. The DNA means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was placed there. The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion. John's DNA would be expected to be found all over that SUV, inside, outside, the exterior, the interior, everything he touched would have had his DNA on it. Here's what's actually important about that DNA. No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight. The taillight that they now claim crashed into his arm and shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. And no tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. But we're to believe that that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that you saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally port. Let's take that one, for example, that grainy one. It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally port. Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition of the taillight was at that exact time? But the good news is there's a second video. It's much clearer. And it's from the same time frame. We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally, it was after the trial started that that one was turned over. And this is important. The Commonwealth introduced you to a person by the name of Yuri Buchanan. They presented video showing what was clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight. While he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it. Which means that was done intentionally. That was not a mistake. And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth. It's exactly the same, he said, as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same, or is it exactly opposite? Ladies and gentlemen, you were lied to. There is no other way to say it. It's inexcusable. It's abhorrent. But it's also a paradigm of everything that the investigators have been willing to do in this case. Lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor, and he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even started talking about the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers very early on who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any taillight material at the scene. 0. Stephen Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mulaney, Michael Lank, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. They even used tools, a leaf blower. Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene, not a single piece, but incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material would end up being found, some of which were the size of a salad plate. The CERT team shows up later on January 29th, and according to O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that you heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there. We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police, that he could not account for. Heavy coats, big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who, but he did note Canton police officers were there who were unaccounted for. Massachusetts state troopers were there unaccounted for. And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important, and I want to concentrate on that for a second. O'Hara said all 3 pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that 1 red piece was found. About 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red over the span of about, added up, probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts. Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about, those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not stop and shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lowley's questioning. And you remember he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic. Then pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day. The next day, I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces, and he did the same thing. Pulled out 2 red pieces of plastic. I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper, look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag. Would he have had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a 3rd piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47, ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question: who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it? Go back and watch the Sally Port video. I'll give you the timestamp, 5:37, and see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself. Once we corrected the video from being inverted, you can see that he walked back by himself to the right rear taillight where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sally Port that same afternoon and evening. And then the Sally Port video magically skips and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sally Port together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara? Unidentified troopers and Canton cops were at the search at 34 Fairview. How hard is it to drop a piece of plastic? We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence. And now I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe more, witnesses and expended 30 plus days of trial and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week. For what? It should be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview, John got out of the car, she reversed into him and hit him, and then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts. That's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove that that SUV ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe, or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car. That's what the evidence actually shows. The Commonwealth knows that, and they've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. And because of that, the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow. Let's talk about what the real evidence actually shows, the unassailable science. Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first, the Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide. She told you without any dispute in this case, quote, evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of a competing manner of death, end quote. Her words, not mine. She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her expert opinion, his injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, as she testified, but they are not, in her words, not classical injuries from an auto pedestrian accident. That by itself is reasonable doubt. But the evidence and the truth goes far further. We introduced you to not one, but 2 thoroughly credentialed medical examiners or medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said John's arm injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog, which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part, with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner, who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology, he told you that John's injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident or incident. They're consistent, however, with a physical altercation. In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case. But the facts and evidence don't stop there. 2 of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler, mechanical engineer and a biomechanist. They reviewed this case. They did testing, they did analysis, they evaluated the case scientifically. They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent. of any party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them. They explained that John's injuries were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV, and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in contact with John O'Keefe's body. That should end the inquiry right there. Both sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which they had available to them, the Commonwealth chose to introduce you to Trooper Joe Paul. You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility. Trooper Paul lacks the experience, the education, the training, the background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm, even though he was wearing long sleeves, then projecting him 30 feet to the left, but not before making a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement, before coming to his final resting place with his unbroken phone tucked neatly under his body. It's nonsensical. It borders on laughable. Compare that testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rinschler. Both PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, both published peer-review articles on the issues. Both men are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in accident reconstruction. What did Dr. Rinschler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination. He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, you can't deny the science and the physics. John wasn't hit by that car, period. The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They can't explain his head wound. How did he get the head wound if he landed on snow-covered grass and dirt? And by the way, before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to, there is zero evidence before you, zero, that cold grass and dirt turns into ice or turns into concrete. Zero. They can't explain the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They can't explain his nose. They haven't even tried to. They can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration on his tongue. They cannot explain the injuries to his back, to the back of his hands, the bruises, and certainly they cannot explain the injuries to his right arm. But maybe most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down. Nothing. He was pristine. Not a bump, not a bruise, not a fracture, not a broken bone. Nothing to suggest that he was hit by a 7,000-pound SUV going 25 miles per hour. And what of that right arm? According to the Commonwealth's best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, the whole collision, with that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise. So how are those injuries properly explained? The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised and covering up.
Five minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Ooh, watch. Look at
As he continued,
he's going to start turning them pages.
he got hit, punch went through, and he fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got a hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that. Ladies and
Get through
gentlemen,
it. Pages. Hurry. Poor baby.
Given what we know about the facts and the physical evidence in this case, the actual truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading, playing the who you know game, and building a tall blue wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? Will this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and his supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted, will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how an, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job? Late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Reed and talking about her like she's a piece of meat. Talking about her bodily functions, her medical conditions, calling her vile names. I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced her to an object, and he went further by insulting her. He went further than insulting her, and he dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity, he wished for her to commit suicide. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you frame someone. That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that by saying, I hope she kills herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I just began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth, and I did that because that's what this case is about, top to bottom, tip to tail. It's about the truth, not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling, it's not a whim. It's unflinching, it's unchanging, and it's everlasting. That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're above scrutiny. That's why you stand as the guardian of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Reed unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible in matters related to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty. And I'll leave you with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you, not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way. You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? Ignore the lies, the manipulations, the misogyny, the bias, the lack of evidence? Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that? Or will you say with your verdict, I see the truth and I will not ever look the other way? When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt into a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Aaron.
Couldn't turn it off. Sorry, guys.
I hit him. I hit him. I hit him.
I knew
I
you
hit
were
him.
going to come out with that.
Those are the words of the defendant. 4 times. You heard testimony from 4 different witnesses who overheard and observed those statements from the defendant on January 29th, 2022. You heard testimony from firefighter Timothy Nuttall. He was trying to bag valve mask Mr. O'Keefe. He was working on resuscitative efforts to try to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. He asked if anyone saw anything or knew what happened, and the defendant said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Firefighter Anthony Flamati was asking if anyone had information on why Mr. O'Keefe was there in the snow. The defendant repeatedly said, "I hit him, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him." Firefighter Katie McLaughlin was tasked by firefighter Flamati with asking for biographical information and for what the cause was of the traumatic injuries that all the firefighters testified that they observed on Mr. O'Keefe. She asked the defendant, and the defendant said, "I hit him," repeatedly. Firefighter McLaughlin asked for clarification. "You did what?" And the defendant repeated, "I hit him." Jennifer McCabe stated initially over the phone when speaking with the defendant that the defendant said, "Could I have hit him in the car while they're on the phone with Ms. Roberts going from Ms. McCabe's house to Mr. O'Keefe's house? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him?" Once on scene, once asked, as Ms. McCabe described by an EMT, for name, age, things like that related to Mr. O'Keefe, what caused the trauma? She indicated in her testimony that the defendant said repeatedly, "I hit him." You heard testimony from Officer Sarif, statements that he attributed to the defendant as saying that morning, "This is all my fault. This is all my fault. I did this." This is what the defendant is saying on scene. Since then, stories changed a little bit. But those were the words that came from the defendant's mouth on January 29th, 2022, as John O'Keefe lay dying on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, where the defendant had left him after striking him with her motor vehicle several hours before, and then left him freezing there in a blizzard. There's certain things that have come up over the course of this trial as far as evidence and testimony are concerned, little things. And what I would suggest to you, it's those little things that are quite telling as it pertains to the defendant's statements and the defendant's actions over the course of January 28th and January 29th and beyond. I'm going to bring some of those to your attention as I go through, but just ask you to keep that in mind as far as when you're deliberating, when you're reviewing this testimony and this evidence. The little things matter. The little things start piling up in this case. Throughout the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of purported evidence or questions of witnesses in an attempt to distract you from the evidence in this case. It's essentially defense by obfuscation. It's a three-card money trick. The facts and the evidence in this case are your card. They're the Queen of Hearts. And so what I want you to, or what the defense wants you to do is not look at that card. Look at anything else. Look at movement. Look at this person. Look at that person. Look at text messages. Look at this. Don't pay attention to the facts and the evidence, because if you do, what it will ineluctably lead you to is that the defendant is guilty of each of the three indictments before this court. The evidence and the facts of this case are for you, the jury, to decide. Using your common sense, using your life experiences as your guide through that as you go. Before I turn to that evidence that I will submit to you and ineluctably demonstrates the defendant's guilt, let me first just address Trooper Proctor. The text messages from Trooper Proctor are unprofessional, they're indefensible, they're inexcusable. However, as distasteful as those messages are, and their content is, I submit they had no bearing whatsoever or impact whatsoever on the integrity of the entirety of the investigation that the Massachusetts State Police collectively conducted into John O'Keefe's death here. As was asked of Trooper Proctor on cross-examination, these were texts from his personal phone that he never thought would see the light of day. He was asked whether or not he ever thought that he would be asked about these in a courtroom, put to him in sort of a safe space, a safe place for him to discuss, if you will. What do you not see in those text messages? You don't see any discussion or any illusion of any conspiracy, of any framing of the defendant, of any planting of any evidence, no evidence whatsoever. Why? Because it didn't happen. There is no conspiracy. There is no cover-up. There is no evidence of any of that beyond speculation, rampant speculation and conjecture on behalf of the defense. Two things can be true at the same time. They're mutually exclusive. The texts from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional. There's no defense to them. And the defendant killed John O'Keefe. Turning to the evidence, let me first talk a little bit about John O'Keefe. You heard a lot about him over the course of this trial, about his selfless story through his family and friends that loved him, including his adopted niece and nephew. You heard a lot about the lives he touched and the different people who he had friendships with. You heard a lot about from those particular friends and from his family. Turning to what I would submit to you as a timeline.
Oh, he's going to, I wonder if he's going to play those screaming
What I'm going to go is from left to
voicemails
right.
again.
January 28th, 2022, 9:49 in the morning, Karen and John begin fighting over text messages. 2:25 p.m. in the afternoon, the defendant texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Tell me if you are interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." John texts back, "Nope." 2:25, Mr. O'Keefe texts the defendant, "Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" This is also testimony that you heard through multiple sources, whether it be phones, whether it be from the children, whether it be from other friends or family members as to the relationship in the months and weeks leading up to John's murder. 2:32 p.m. John texts the defendant, "Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now." He then texts the defendant, "OMG, stop calling." And this is during the time frame that Trooper Garino was talking about, with 18 phone calls, most of which were rejected, some of which were missed, and a couple of which were answered over the course of this afternoon, as she's continuing to needle and try to engage him in a fight that he doesn't want to have. 2:33 p.m. The defendant texts John, "So you're not into this anymore." 2:34 p.m. John texts the defendant, "I am not answering. Stop calling." The defendant then texts John, "Then stop starting with me." 2:38 p.m. The defendant texts John, "I'm going to grab a drink in a bit." 2:38 in the afternoon. Around 3 p.m. is the testimony you heard from Erin O'Keefe in regard to the defendant texting her, asking if she can go out without her husband, Paul, asking to go out for a drink. This is while Erin O'Keefe testified she was waiting for one of her children at the bus stop, picking that child up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is also the point in which the defendant says to Miss O'Keefe, "Wish I didn't speak to another O'Keefe after 2004. 7:30 p.m., you have Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano arriving at C.F. McCarthy's, with the defendant arriving at 8:51. 8:58 p.m. is when the defendant receives drink number 1 at C.F. McCarthy's. Vodka soda, tall cylinder glass, lime, and a straw. 9:13 p.m., drink number 2. 9:20 p.m., drink number 3. 9:33 p.m., drink number 4. 9:57 p.m., drink number 5. 10:22 p.m., drink number 6. 10:29 p.m., drink number 7. 7 drinks from 8:58 p.m. through 10:29 p.m. when she receives that last drink at C.F. McCarthy's. A drink that she indicates to Sergeant Mechanic and several others on the next day that she did not take with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the waterfall, which several individuals at the waterfall testify that she produced from her coat when she walked in, and that you can clearly see on the C.F. McCarthy's video her walking out the door with the same tall cylinder glass in her right hand. Now, keeping understanding that some of these drinks are not the full tall cylinder drinks, what she's doing is she's getting shot glasses of vodka and then pouring them into the drink after she's consumed the drink. 10:54 p.m. The defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrive at the waterfall, during the course of which On an hour that they're there, the defendant receives drinks number 8 and drinks number 9. 12:10 a.m. From the waterfall video, you have Ms. McCabe, Ms. Kolokithis, and the defendant departing the waterfall together. Interestingly, around the same time, you also have the text and screenshot communications between Colin Albert and Allison McCabe in reference to him getting picked up at that time. You also have testimony from Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr. in reference to them sort of walking in from the waterfall as Colin Albert is walking out of 34 Fairview Road, gets picked up by Ms. McCabe, and then is driven home. 1 minute later, 12:11, Mr. O'Keefe is then on the waterfall video walking out with cocktail glass in his right hand. At 12:14 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe texts Ms. McCabe, "Where to?" 12:14 a.m., based on the fact that she's driving, and Mme. McCabe indicated in his testimony that she should call him instead of texting while driving, Ms. McCabe calls John O'Keefe. He speaks with him regarding directions, sort of going over which way to come in, Chapman Street, over Cedar Crest, as far as coming into Fairview Road. 12:15:38 a.m., the defendant's vehicle drives by the Canton Library. You can see that on the video. 12:17:56, the defendant drives by the Temple Beth Abraham video. Again, you can see that on the video. Remember also the testimony from Lieutenant Tully in regard to the CSLI data and the ranging data in reference to it coinciding with what you observed, the black SUV, from each of those respective videos. 12:19:32, Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone. 12:23 a.m. is when the defendant conducts a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest and travels back toward Fairview. That's from Mr. O'Keefe's GPS native location data from his phone. Around the same time at 12:23 and 12:24 is when you have that testimony from Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxon, and Ricky D'Antono pulling into Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in behind the dark SUV. 12:25 a.m. is the last native location GPS data of John O'Keefe's phone, 34 Fairview Road, where his body is discovered the next morning, in which there is no movement of that phone from that 12:25 a.m. period until Miss Roberts then picks up the phone on the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body sometime after 6 a.m. What you have up on the screen right now is that data, those plotting points that Trooper Garino was testifying about as far as the movement of the vehicle. The movement of the vehicle as it comes down Cedar Crest, passes by Fairview, reverses direction, and then comes down Fairview, moving up, moving up, moving up as the witnesses described, eventually stopping in that area of the property line between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, which happens to coincide with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota text stream, which you now have up on the screen before you here, indicating that following that 3-point turn, approximately 8 minutes after that, from Trooper Paul's testimony, as far as the mileage, 36 to 38 miles, matching up with the time that the vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview Road, that the vehicle travels in reverse, in a straight line, for 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, with a minor steering angle change, which the trooper indicated was consistent with a pedestrian collision. At 12:30 a.m., you have that second triggering event 8 minutes after the 3-point turn when the vehicle is in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour. 12:35 is when the defendant calls John, and that's unanswered. 12:36 is around the time that the defendant's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's home. 12:37 is when the defendant leaves this voicemail.
I knew it.
So within minutes of that vehicle's data, going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse,
I knew it.
62.5 feet, the defendant leaves that voicemail, seething in rage as she's screaming, "John, I fucking hate you." 12:40 to 12:42, Ms. McCabe is texting Mr. O'Keefe. She tries calling Mr. O'Keefe,
Yep.
gets no answer. If you recall from her testimony around this time frame, about 12:40, she was unsure whether the vehicle was actually still out front or if it had gone at that point. But she was looking for John because she had seen the defendant's vehicle in front of the house and no one had come in. So she was wondering where her friend, Mr. O'Keefe, was. 12:55, the defendant texts John, "See you later." 12:59, the defendant calls, leaves another voicemail for Mr. O'Keefe. Exhibit 637, it sounded like this.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
But somebody did know where Mr. O'Keefe was. The defendant knew exactly where he was. She had driven him there. She had struck him there. She had left him to die there. 1:02 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail with no content. And then she texts John, "Your kids are fucking alone."
Oh, so you can cuss too.
1:09 a.m.
Congratulations.
Defendant texts John, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone." She's not. GPS, as far as it never disconnects from the Wi-Fi until the following morning. There's no indication that Ms. Reed left and went to her home in Mansfield at any point. 1:10 a.m., the defendant calls her parents. 1:11 a.m., she calls Mr. O'Keefe and leaves this voicemail.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You're fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
1:18 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail. Now, about 1:43 or 1:45 a.m. is when Julie Nagel testified that they were leaving the house. And she sees a large black object on the lawn near the flagpole while leaving 34 Fairview Road. Doesn't think much of it at the time, isn't expecting Mr. O'Keefe or any body to be out on the front lawn. 4:42 a.m., the defendant calls and speaks. The calls to her parents are finally answered. 4:49 a.m., the defendant calls Ms. Camerano, screaming, "Where's Mike?" 4:53 in the morning is when the defendant instructs Kaylee, Mr. O'Keefe's niece, to call Ms. McCabe. Why? Because the defendant doesn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Indicates that John didn't come home. We got in a fight and I left him at the waterfall. Those are the first statements or the first version of events that she's able to communicate out to the world as to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe, where he is. We got into a fight. I left him at the waterfall. 5 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts, saying, "John's dead, Kerry, hangs up the phone. 5:01, the defendant calls Kerry Roberts again. And it's at this point that she indicates that John's dead, he must have been hit by a cloud. 5:07 a.m., the defendant leaves One Meadows Ave. You have the video of that. It's number 153 in Exhibit 6. We'll get to that a little more in a moment. About 5:10 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts. Ms. Roberts starts calling hospitals, calling 911. Something that you would do if you didn't know where Mr. O'Keefe was for all of these hours, that all of these other phone calls are being made and these text messages are being sent and calling your parents and all of these other things. No calls to 911 from the defendant. While John O'Keefe is laying, freezing, and dying from a brain injury and a skull fracture on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road. 5:11 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen on the Canton Library camera heading towards the waterfall. Seems to be sort of retracing the steps. 5:18 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen at Washington Street and Chapman on the Temple Beth Abraham video, heading in the same direction that it was the night before when it was heading to 34 Fairview Road. 5:35 is when the defendant arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. Ms. Roberts arrives shortly thereafter. Both of them see the broken taillight at that time in the driveway. Now that gap of 5:18 to 5:35 is way too much time to be driving from the area of the waterfall to Jennifer McCabe's house. And as I indicated a moment before, heading in the same direction, same directionality, retracing the steps from the night before, heading towards 34 Fairview Road. Why is it that the defendant can see Mr. O'Keefe when they eventually get to Fairview Road and no one else can, it's because she knew exactly where he was. She had hit him and left him there the night before, and she had gone back during that time frame between 5:18 a.m. when she's seen on the Temple video and 5:35 when she arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. 5:33 is when the defendant, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, returned to One Meadows Ave searching for John. 6:03 is when the defendant, no one else, spots Mr. O'Keefe's body buried in the snow. Exhibit 12, indicating this cruiser camera video, which I know you've seen a dozen times. So where I'm starting it from this point in this card right here is the spotlight that Officer Saraf had to use in order to locate, even with the vehicle of Ms. Roberts parked right in the middle of the road.
Good morning, Miss Toxic Orchid. Yes, Miss Kevin. How many of us have gotten in fights with our boyfriends or husbands and said a lot of what
In the
she said?
darkness, in the snow,
Not everybody
in the
does, but
blizzard, in those conditions, the defendant sitting in the back seat of the vehicle knows exactly where Mr. O'Keefe is, covered in snow, as you heard from all of the paramedics, from the civilian witnesses, from the first responders. But the defendant knows exactly where he is. 6:07 a.m., Ms. McCabe calls 911. 6:08, the defendant leaves that 4 or 5 minute voicemail, leaving the phone in the car for some reason to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning is when Ms. McCabe conducts those Google searches. 7:50 in the morning is when Mr. O'Keefe is pronounced deceased at Good Samaritan Hospital. 4:13 to 4:20 p.m. is when the defendant's SUV is towed from her parents' house in Dighton. 5:20 p.m. is when the search team arrives in the area of 34 Fairview Road to conduct the search for evidence. 5:30 p.m. is when the defendant's vehicle arrives at the Canton Police Department salad. To circle back for a moment to Mr. O'Keefe, to his families, to his friends, and to his relationship with the defendant. You heard testimony from Paul and Aaron O'Keefe that they liked the defendant, that they thought he was good for John, thought he was good for the kids. All outward appearances of the relationship were good. You heard testimony from the children that that was not true behind closed doors. But Paul O'Keefe testified that he told the defendant's parents this, that he liked Miss Reed, that he thought that she was good for John, thought that she was good for the kids, weeks before John's murder. He even blew her a kiss in the emergency department at Good Samaritan as he was walking out and she was still being treated while they were there. Invited her over to John's house to grieve with him. Invited her to sit down with him while he explained to their nephew Patrick about John's passing. To drive that vehicle from Canton all the way down to her parents' house in Dighton at the height of the blizzard. You heard testimony from Aaron O'Keefe of the text messages and the phone call on January 28th. You heard that Aaron O'Keefe called the defendant on the morning of the 29th. because she was concerned for her. She wanted to know what was going on with someone she considered her friend. The defendant yells, "John is dead." Ms. Robertson grabs the phone and then updates Aaron O'Keefe as to what's going on with John. Aaron O'Keefe again calls back later because she's concerned for someone that she considered her friend. How does the defendant respond? These are some of the little things. The defendant indicates to Ms. O'Keefe that she just has to remember the bad times and indicates to her, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." This is after she's done her quick in and out at One Meadows Ave and is now with her parents or with her father, driving that car, essentially taking the murder weapon from Canton and bringing it down to her parents' house in Dayton. She's indicating over the phone to Aaron O'Keefe, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." Why? If she didn't kill John, why would she say that? You heard a lot of testimony about New Year's Eve in Aruba. You heard the testimony from Ms. O'Keefe in regard to them exchanging, her and the defendant exchanging text messages on the flight down, arranging times to meet up. And then the defendant telling Aaron via text message that she caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the hotel lobby. She got into an argument about it, and then they never met up, meaning the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, got into an argument about it, and she and Aaron O'Keefe never ended up meeting up in Aruba. You heard testimony consistent from Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, as well as the children. The kiss never happened. It never would happen based on the relationship, the godfather relationship that John O'Keefe had with Laura Sullivan, her family, and particularly Laura Sullivan's child. The defendant persists with this unfounded suspicion and accusations of infidelity in her text messages with Mr. O'Keefe, in her text messages with Mr. Higgins, where she's accusing Mr. O'Keefe of making out in the lobby with Marietta Sullivan. Both of the Sullivans and the children have the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe following this incident with Marietta Sullivan going into a room. Both of the children testified that they're in that room for about 20 to 25 minutes and they're arguing about the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe kissed someone in the lobby. And you have Laura Sullivan's testimony about 20 to 25 minutes after her sister comes out and states her displeasure about the defendant. It's about 20 to 25 minutes before Mr. O'Keefe comes out, and then he and
Y'all, this is on their end.
Sullivan have a conversation. Ms. Sullivan indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is essentially blowing up, lighting up with calls and texts from the defendant. I would submit similar to the afternoon of January 28th. Mr. O'Keefe says she's crazy and he needs to take this and goes off from her. Ms. Sullivan has later conversations with Mr. O'Keefe on this Aruba trip, asks him if he's okay, asks him if he's happy. She indicated in her testimony that Mr. O'Keefe shrugs it off and says it is what it is. You heard testimony from the children about the arguments in the weeks and the months. And I know this is a displeasure to the defense counsel that the children came in and actually testified as to what happened behind closed doors in the house. They both recall frequent fights. They both recall Mr. O'Keefe trying multiple times to break up with the defendant, asking her to leave the house, the defendant refusing to leave the house. His niece, Kaylee, John tried to diffuse, he tried to walk away, and the defendant would follow each time during each argument. They both indicated that Mr. O'Keefe had told the defendant that the relationship had run its course, similar to language within the text messages you have between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. That Mr. O'Keefe was sick of arguing, again, mirroring those text messages from January 28th, leading up into going out to see if McCarthy's, eventually the waterfall, and the defendant killing Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. We have testimony in regard to the rink. Kaylee indicated in her testimony that John had had that for about a year. So during the course of 2 years or so of the relationship with the defendant, he got it while he was dating the defendant. The defendant had the security code for the garage. Neither of the kids had access to the camera. Trooper Garino checked the laptop and the desktop that were left after the defendant did the quick cleanup upstairs with her father, upstairs in the home. Neither of those devices had access to the ring cameras. John had access on his phone. The defendant indicates, if you recall, in some of those text messages in regard to the romantic kiss that she placed on Mr. Higgins earlier on January, whatever it was, during the Patriots. Mr. Higgins and Mr. Jackson was indicating weren't very good friends with Mr. O'Keefe, but had been invited over to his home for a Patriots game, in which time the defendant escorted Mr. Higgins out of the garage and placed a romantic kiss on him. But during those text messages, when they're talking about that, if you recall, the defendant is saying something or joking about something that Mr. O'Keefe had been looking at the videos and had been asking her if there was something going on with her and Mr. Higgins. And what was her response to that? I know where the cameras are. There are only two videos missing from that ring system. One being the defendant getting to Mr. O'Keefe's house after murdering him, and the other when the defendant is showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the broken taillight, both of which, both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts testified as having occurred. No video of that. The variety of stories that the defendant tells on the morning of January 29th. There were text messages and voicemails from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, 53 phone calls from 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m. 0 phone calls to 911. The defendant calls Katie Camerano. The defendant calls her parents at 1:18 in the morning, 4:38 in the morning, 4:42 in the morning. The call then from Kaylee's phone to Ms. McCabe, because the defendant didn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Both Kaylee and Ms. McCabe indicate that the defendant initially indicates or says that she got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe and left him at the waterfall. From this information, Ms. McCabe then testifies she starts to call her Julie Albert, because Chris Albert, Julie Albert, they live close by the waterfall. Maybe that's where he went. As the phone is ringing, and this is a phone call that both Ms. Albert and Ms. McCabe testify was never answered. As the phone is ringing, her husband Matthew McCabe reminds her that they saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe and the car outside of 34 Fairview. So she hangs up. During this call, or during these subsequent calls, the defendant indicates to Ms. McCabe, maybe I hit him, did I hit him? She then calls Ms. Roberts at 5 a.m. on the dot, indicates John's dead, hangs up the phone, calls back a minute later, indicates that Mr. O'Keefe was now hit by a plow and that he's dead. And then indicates further that she's drunk and doesn't remember. She tells Ms. McCabe about the cracked taillight before they even get in the vehicle and go anywhere, as you recall the testimony of Matthew McCabe, indicating that he had some concerns about them driving around in a vehicle with a damaged taillight in the middle of a blizzard. Ms. Roberts' testimony that she saw the broken taillight in the driveway at Ms. McCabe's house, and that it was consistent with what she observed in the photographs that were shown to her of it later in the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department garage when the search warrant is executed on February 1st. You have the text messages between the defendant and Laura Sullivan from January 29th, in which the defendant indicates to Laura Sullivan that John is dead, indicates that we found him in the snow at 5 a.m. And every indication is that he was found in the snow by the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts around 6 a.m. 5 a.m. would be about an hour before. 5 a.m. would be between that time where the defendant is unaccounted for, heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18 and 5:35. Little things. The defendant asked Ms. McCabe to Google how long to die in the cold. She did so at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning. You have the testimony of Ms. Hyde and Mr. Whitford as to SQLite databases, P-list databases, Knowledge C databases, state DB tabs, as far as all of that. Also from Trooper Garino as well. These searches were unequivocally done at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning, and not at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning. They were not deleted by a user. That is not what deleted means. Frankly, Mr. Green, the last question that I asked Mr. Green is, was he aware that Cellbrite, and by Cellbrite, the person who designed that being Mr. Whiffen, had to alter exactly how their software worked because of people like Mr. Green misinterpreting the data as he did in this case. And what did Mr. Green say? Yes. But those questions, as far as how long to die in the cold, I would submit mirror the questions that the defendant asked firefighter Whitley in the back of the ambulance, if you recall those. She asked firefighter Whitley how long to die in the cold without a jacket. She knew how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed. She knew when she left him to die in the cold how he was dressed. The defendant made statements to firefighter Becker that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they were in an argument. Again, in the back of the same ambulance as firefighter Whitley. You have testimony from firefighter Woodbury. Same kind of questions. If Mr. O'Keefe could be alive without a jacket. You have the testimony from each of these firefighters as to sort of the vacillating emotional state of the defendant that morning. What you have in the testimony from firefighter Woodbury is that despite all that, there were no tears that he observed from the defendant at that time. What each of those first responders indicate is that the defendant repeatedly stated, is he dead? Is he dead? Not is he okay? Is he going to be okay? How is he? Any sort of questions about the medical condition. Is he dead? That phraseology repeated over and over again. And when you take into juxtaposition that phraseology, text to Laura Sullivan, found him in the snow at 5 a.m. The unaccounted for time heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18 to 5:35. The repeated questioning, firefighter Whitney, firefighter Woodbury, asking Miss McCabe to look up those things in her phone. She's looking for confirmation, is what she's looking for when she asks over and over again, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? You have the testimony that you heard from Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts. I say them together because as far as these two women were concerned, they did not know each other really at all. The only time, as they both testified to, that they ever spent appreciably together prior to January 29, 2022, is when Mr. O'Keefe nicely took them out for sneakers because he had some sort of deal at a Reeboks outlet or something like that to sort of try to pay them back for the help that they provided him and the children. Jennifer with respect to the niece, and Kerry with respect to the nephew. But they're both contacted by the defendant in the early morning of January 29th. As Ms. McCabe testified, John was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy. At the waterfall, Mr. Albert said going home to have a drink with his son, Brian Jr., if anyone wants to come. Open invitation to the table. She said to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you guys should come. Both the defendant and the victim indicated that they wanted to come and that they were coming. She describes the phone calls and the text messages that she receives from Mr. O'Keefe, that she's providing directions. She indicates she's providing them directions to go down Chapman. She describes how that is. And you've heard this testimony from a couple of different witnesses as far as the steepness as you're going down going down Fairview of coming off of Chapman. That you first go down a big steep hill. It flattens out for a little bit, and then you go down a second, 2 hills going down on Chapman. Matching the GPS native location and the health data as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone is, a half mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that his health data is reporting that he's ascending or descending 3 flights of stairs. You hear the testimony from Ms. McCabe as far as the last time that she spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And she's still trying to provide directions to Fairview because Mr. O'Keefe has never been there before and neither has the defendant, which is further corroborated in Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle passing by Fairview and then coming back in on the other side, having to reverse direction. But she's giving directions and she indicates that she uses a house that Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with, that belonging to Bella or Bella's mom. Bella's mom is an ex-girlfriend for a short period of time, a long time ago. However, in the defendant's mind, it's so prescient on her mind that she's still talking about it the next morning or later on that morning when she's riding, going towards Fairview Road with Miss Roberts and Miss McCabe in Miss Roberts' car. She's still talking about it. at that time. It's that much on her mind. Ms. McCabe indicated that she looked out and she saw the vehicle initially in front of the front door, as did Mr. McCabe, as did Brian Albert Jr., as did Julie Nagel, as did Brian Nagel, and the vehicle moved up several times or several spots to where it was then positioned. Initially at some point in front of the door, then it moves up further so that it's in the area of the fire hydrant and the flagpole where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered later on that morning, at least by Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, and then moves up further beyond that. And I say that in the sense of it moves up further beyond that with sufficient distance for it to then go in reverse for 62.5 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, striking Mr. O'Keefe and leaving him where he was found later on the 29th. Again, the testimony from Ms. McCabe that about 12:40 when she's texting him, she indicated in her testimony she couldn't be certain if Mr. O'Keefe was still out front or had left at that point. She wakes up to a phone call from John's niece Kaylee at 4:53 in the morning. This is from an 8th grader, 14-year-old girl. That's why she answers the phone at 4:53 in the morning. She then hears the defendant screaming loudly over and over again, "Jen, Jen, Jen. John didn't come home, got in a fight, left him at the waterfall." The variations, the different iterations of that story as it evolves and changes over the course of that morning. Ms. McCabe then indicates to the defendant, "We saw you outside of my sister's house." Then she starts yelling, "Jen, Jen, did I hit him? Could I hit him?" Then they start discussing, or the defendant brings up her cracked tailbone. Then both Ms. McCabe and Mr. McCabe hear the defendant screaming outside of their home at about 5 o'clock in the morning, or shortly after 5 o'clock in the morning. They go to Mr. O'Keefe's house. And both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicates, and you heard this testimony from a number of different witnesses, friends and family of Mr. O'Keefe, that he had a rule, pretty strict rule in his house as far as you take your shoes off when you come in the house. And so what do Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts both do when they're entering in that house on January 29th? They take off their boots, they come out in the snow, they take off their boots in the mudroom, and then they walk in. What did they both indicate that the defendant did that morning when she came back to the house? Walked right in with the shoes. You hear that second voicemail. It's after the defendants arrived back at 1 Meadows Ave, after her phone is reconnected with Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi. And you can hear the footsteps. Part of that may be in the garage, part of that might be in the house. Why is it that the defendant has no issue with wearing shoes in the house when Mr. O'Keefe has that strict rule? Because she knows where he is. She knows it's not an issue. He's not coming home because she hit him with her SUV and she left him in the snow. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe are frantically sort of running around the house looking for Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant's not. They then get in the vehicle. They drive back towards Fairview Road. And again, the defendant from the backseat of the vehicle immediately sees the defendant, starts pulling and kicking on the door, and runs in sort of a beeline straight over to where Mr. O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn. We have the testimony from Ms. Roberts as far as John's phone. John's phone, when the firefighters pick him up, and you recall several witnesses testifying about that, pick him up on the scoop stretcher and they bring him over to the ambulance while they're conducting the resuscitative efforts trying to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. But Ms. Roberts indicated that she observed underneath it, only the phone, but the phone on the grass. On the grass in the area that is completely covered in snow in every other area except under Mr. O'Keefe, which I would submit indicates how long Mr. O'Keefe has been there. Now recall, around 12 o'clock or so is when it starts to snow and it starts to stick a little bit. And you heard all that testimony. And I know it was a lot of testimony about snow, a lot of testimony about weather, but there's a purpose to that. There's a point to that, okay? As far as the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body, where his cell phone was. Ms. Roberts observed some 6 hours later after it starts snowing. It's still visible only under Mr. O'Keefe where his body is, which I would submit as evidence to you as to how long he's been there. Now, on top of that, you also have hours of ring videos of the driveway as far as shoveling and Paul O'Keefe and other people snow blowing and shoveling and all those kinds of things. There's a purpose to that as well. If you look at those, if you look at the video of the defendant crashing into Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at a speed of anywhere from 0 to 5, which even Dr. Wolf would indicate would not cause the damage to the taillight that was observed in this case. You know what you don't see? You don't see snow move off Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle when they come into contact. You don't see any red or clear plastic pieces in the snow. And if you look at those stills, not the ones that counsel put up there during his closing, but if you look at each of the video and the stills, you can see the damage consistent with the taillight at each and every point. You see the damage consistent with the taillight from the 507 video. You see the damage consistent from the 822 video from Lieutenant Ray from the cruiser camera video when he's pulling into the driveway. You see the damage consistent from the Dighton video at the defendant's home. You see the damage consistent from the right here, February 1st, 2022, when the search warrant is conducted, Ms. Hartnett removes all those pieces from the vehicle. The weather is also important when it comes to the hair. The magic hair, as Mr. Jackson likes to call it. See, the magic hair was actually frozen to the vehicle, as was the glass to the bumper, because the vehicle looked like that on the left when it was caked in snow, when Officer Barrow saw it in the driveway in Dighton as they were wading through 1.5 feet of snow, walking up, because remember, they didn't even pull into the driveway because they had to have someone come down and plow it before they could get into it. That's what the vehicle looked like. What you can see, however, is the damage to the taillight, to the side of that taillight, consistent with it. So that hair, that 7/8 of an inch hair, was frozen to the side. And as you remember, the testimony from Sergeant Buchanan about the heated condition of the Canton Police Department garage, and that's one of the reasons that they took it there, because the other barracks that they could have taken it to didn't have that heated condition. So yes, after it's been in there from January 29th, about 5:30 p.m. until February 1st, when they conduct the search warrant, the hair isn't still frozen as it's contained within heated garage, and the pieces of glass on the rear bumper have melted. The snow has melted, as you can see from left to right. The weather, also important, I would submit, weather was a weapon. Remember, the cause of death here is not just blunt impact injuries, it's blunt impact injuries and hypothermia. You heard all that medical testimony in relation to it, and you heard all that testimony in relation to the snow and the weather and the wind. Wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour while he's out, Mr. O'Keefe is out there in just a shirt and jeans. Now, you heard also testimony from Ms. Roberts in relation to the injuries she observed to Mr. O'Keefe, that initially on scene, there was one eye that was swollen, not the other. That's indication of the swelling that Dr. Scorti-Bella was testifying to, and no indication of physical altercation. And then both eyes being swollen when Ms. Roberts viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body after his passing at the Good Samaritan. Submit that all the testimony tells you the same consistent account, internally, externally, from civilian testimony to investigator testimony to medical testimony to forensic testimony to the reconstruction testimony. You have the testimony from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts that they couldn't see Mr. O'Keefe at Fairview when they initially pulled up. You can see that from Officer Saraf's cruiser. You have Mr. O'Keefe being covered in snow from the storm. You know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. It's clearly visible on the cruiser camera from Officer Saraf. You have the testimony from each of the responding officers, anywhere from 5 to 12 feet off the roadway, and from the civilians as well. Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, Officer Mullaney has 6 inches of snow on Mr. O'Keefe when he first sees him. Firefighter Kelly says that he couldn't even see Mr. O'Keefe until he was 5 feet away in the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard conditions. There's no footprints around the body. There's no drag marks around the body. There's no evidence of anything in relation to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins spent January 28, 2022, traveling to New York City to go to a funeral for another police officer, for another department, who they didn't even know. Traveled all the way down to New York and then came back before the blizzard, only to come back from that to go out drinking, to come back to Mr. Albert's house, to then murder another police officer who they did know, who worked for the same department as them. And then criminal mastermind genius that Brian Albert is, 28 years on the Boston Police Department, he's then going to just leave Mr. O'Keefe's body on his front lawn? Really? That's the conspiracy? What evidence do you have of that? You have statements that the defendant made to Sergeant Buchanan on January 29th. She was willing to speak, but didn't want to give too much detail. Conversational tone throughout. She indicated that the night before, they had gotten into an argument, something about what was fed to the children, nothing about the detailed arguments and incessant phone calls and everything else that you saw from the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 28th. She indicated that she got to CF McCarthy's around 9 p.m., started drinking vodka sodas. The men were drinking beers. When asked where she parked her vehicle, she said she parked on Washington Street across from CF McCarthy's, facing northbound on the side, same side as Waterfall. Same testimony that you heard from Ms. Kolakithis, observing the defendant going over to her vehicle, getting in the driver's seat, and the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, getting into the passenger's seat. She said they were left the Waterfall, were invited to her residence. She drove her and John to the location in Canton. She dropped Mr. O'Keefe off, did not see him walk into the home. She, being the defendant, stated she made a 3-point turn and then left. When asked about the damage to her vehicle, she indicated to the troopers, "I don't know, it happened last night." June 2022, you have that other reporting of that other version that she now has evolved into, as far as stating to Sergeant Buchanan, "Are you aware that John was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert? We're all in on the same joke, right? John was pulverized and my taillight was cracked." What evidence do you have of that? Mr. O'Keefe never went in the house. You have testimony from Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, all indicating never went in the house. John O'Keefe's phone never went in the house, from the testimony and the data points that you have from Trooper Guarino. You know how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed, and you know the defendant knew that. You have the testimony from Kurt Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Karina Kolakithis, Nicholas Kolakithis, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, all indicated in their testimony, and the defendant knew, based on her questions to the firefighters the next morning, that Mr. O'Keefe was not dressed for the weather when he left the Waterfall. The weather was a weapon. You have the testimony about the car, the defendant's car being there in front of the house, moving multiple times. You have that from multiple sources. You have that from Matthew McCabe. You have that from Jennifer McCabe. You have that from Brian Albert Jr. You have that from Julie Nagel. You have that from Ryan Nagel. You have the testimony of Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxson. Ms. Maxson indicated she saw a male passenger, female operator as the vehicle was turned. Remember, they're coming towards Fairview at the same time. The defendant, after conducting that reverse, a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest, is then taking a right onto Fairview, while Mr. Nagel, Mr. D'Antonio, and Ms. Maxson are taking the left onto Fairview. Mr. Nagel indicates that Mr. D'Antonio then flashes lights. During that time, Ms. Maxson can see inside the vehicle. She sees a male passenger. She sees a female operator. They follow the vehicle as they're turning onto the street Lo and behold, they're going to the same residence. They park, there's nothing in between them and the defendant's vehicle. They indicate that at no time do they see anybody get out of the vehicle. At no time do they see any damage to the vehicle, or it hasn't happened yet. At no time do they see anyone leave the vehicle and go into the house. The vehicle moves up on different successive occasions, as testified to by Mr. Nagel and several others. And then as they're passing that vehicle, Mr. Nagel indicates that he sees a female operator in the vehicle with the dome light on. Interesting, when I asked Mr. Nagel, as far as when Julie Nagel came out to the vehicle, did he roll down the window or did he open the door? He indicated he opened the door. And I asked him, what happened when you open the door? What happens when you open the door to a vehicle? The dome light comes on. So there's a reason I would submit, or the inference that you can make, is that no one sees Mr. O'Keefe in the vehicle because that's the moment he steps out of the vehicle. And then they're gone. The Nagels, Brian Nagel, Ricky D'Antono, and Heather Maxson drive away from that. We heard the testimony from Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich conversation they have with Ms. McCabe, which while they're pulling away from the house, where everybody's attention is drawn, Ms. McCabe is turned around facing both of them in the backseat. Ms. Nagel is facing Ms. Levinson on the passenger side, looking out the window towards 34 Fairview Road. Ms. Levinson is looking back at Ms. Nagel away from that area, in which Ms. Nagel indicates that she sees a 5 to 6 foot dark blob on the lawn near the pole in the hydrant, which is just where Mr. O'Keefe is discovered the next morning. You have testimony recalled, and you have text messages in regard to Colin Albert when he gets picked up.
Mr. Lally, 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Colin Albert, Miss Allison McKay, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Jr., all indicating that it was picked up around that time at 12:10 a.m. You have the testimony from Chris and Julie Albert, his parents, as far as when he comes home, kisses them goodnight before he goes to bed. You have that testimony in regard to Chris Albert, as far as how John O'Keefe and the defendant come to be at the waterfall in the first place, as far as John O'Keefe and his nephew coming in early in the day, getting a couple slices of pizza. What are you doing later on? Contained within those texts. You have the testimony from Lieutenant O'Hara, Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Mechanic about those items being recovered. And in particular, the items being recovered on January 29th by that search. What did Lieutenant O'Hara say? The items were found close to the curb. The items were at ground level. 3 feet of snow that they had to sift through in order to find those particular things. The detail or the delay in the recovery of evidence. The photos in the video, most of which you have in evidence, is earlier in the storm. This is before the 18 inches of snow falls down, before there's drifts and 3 feet of snow in places. They found the evidence where it had been at that same ground level, in the grass, under the snow, at 34 Fairview Road. We heard all of the medical testimony, which I would submit is consistent, from firefighter Formati to Dr. Rice. We heard testimony regarding the defendant's blood alcohol concentration for Dr. Fowler and Nick Roberts, 93 milligrams per deciliter, 0.07 to 0.08% at 9:08 in the morning. We heard it, Mr. Roberts' testimony in regard to the retrograde extrapolation, 0.13 to 0.29, extrapolating back to the time of the operation. The defendant admits to drinking vodka. It's on the receipts from C.F. McCarthy's and from the waterfall. And you have the witness testimony in the surveillance video in regard to that. The forensic testimony that you have. In regard to the medical testimony, you have the sort of pattern abrasions, the clear plastic that's recovered by Lieutenant O'Hara and Lieutenant Tully on January 29th. The clear plastic that has the dimples on it. No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, at any point in time ever said that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck and that he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet in the air. 12 inches of abrasions that the doctors were, the biomechanical people were talking about yesterday, 12 inches and then 6 inches for the tail end, is easily solved by this. And the dimples on his arm are, that I would submit, are consistent with the dimples on the tail light cover piece, are right around this area of the elbow. You have testimony in regard to forensics as far as Mr. Porto, Mr. Bradford. John O'Keefe's DNA is on that taillight housing, on the house. His DNA is there to the exclusion as well of Sergeant Mechanic and Trooper Proctor. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on the exterior of the broken drinking glass. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, and only Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, is on his clothing and his fingernails, consistent with Dr. Scortibello's testimony that there is no evidence of a fight or an altercation. There's no one else's DNA under his fingernails. There's no one else's DNA on his clothing. You have the testimony from Ms. Hartman, Trooper Paul, as regard to the damage that they observed, the dent, scratches, the 7/8 of an inch hair. You have the testimony from Ms. Chart in regard to the mitochondrial DNA profile from that hair being consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe. You have the testimony from Ms. Valier and Ms. Hanley in regard to the microscopic pieces, 1/16 of an inch by 1/16.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Lally. Wrap it up.
Yes, sir. All consistent with pieces of taillight that are found within his clothing. Ms. Gilman, if I could. 605, this is what this vehicle looks like backing up at that speed for approximately that distance. There's another years and years ago. Started practicing in Norfolk County in Braintree, what is now Quincy. I eventually became a far smarter man than myself. Eventually became President of the United States. His name was John F. And whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of the facts and the evidence. What the constellation of the facts and the evidence ineluctably demonstrate here is that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse for 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated and freezing to death.
Mr. Lally, I have to stop you. You've gone over. Okay.
I literally have one sentence.
1 sentence I'll give you.
From that facts and that evidence, I would submit ineluctably demonstrates her guilt on each of the indictments before you, and I would ask that you find it so. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jurors, I have my instructions on the law I'm going to give you. My guess is it's probably about an hour. I'd like to start it now, but does anybody need a short break? We can take a short break. Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes.
Jurors, leaving your notebooks under your chairs. All rise, jury out.
You are muted.
I had to mute myself. There were some words that I was not like, seriously? Oh my gosh, y'all. I think I don't think the prosecution actually did a bad closing. I just, once again, don't feel that it was well orchestrated, just like the case. Ran out of time, didn't manage his time well. I don't feel like reiterating every little detail. I think, good girl. I think the storyline more on the prosecution fits better. At this point, you're not trying to retry your entire case in an hour. What you're wanting to do is just remind the jurors of what you proved. I think, personally, for me, I felt that the defense has spent more time, the prosecution has spent more time trying to prove the defense's theory wrong instead of proving theirs correct. That's the way I feel. I think I've got a kitten running around here. It's just a style preference, but I think they still did better. I think it will be better. He did better than a lot of them I've seen. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I lit a candle. Got to get that off. But I think for a lot of closings I've seen, he did okay. But I think in general, compared to the oh great, now I got hiccups. Compared to the defensive side, I don't think he did as well. I think the defense is better at summarizing his case. I think the way he told it in narrative form. You're such a good girl. Yes, you did. You're a good girl. I think him telling it in a narrative form. I think the way his pace was a whole lot better. I didn't want to fall asleep. I agree, Ronnie. I think he did good as far as pointing out negatives in his mind. I don't disagree with that. I think everybody has said throughout this entire trial that Lolly's style is not attention holding. It's hard to hold one's attention with his style. But we are done, you guys, on that. Now it's just jury instructions and verdict watch. My mother and father will be coming here, or at least my mother is going to be coming by. So at that, whatever point that is, I'll just leave it on the jury. So whatever they're doing, but I will be back. We don't ever ignore mama visits, do we? But for me, if I had to sit there and, oh, it's a kitty. Let's see if I can grab her. I would have to say the defense's side to me was far more easier and pleasant, more pleasant to listen to, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I knew he was going to play those recordings, and I'm like, yeah. Do you know what? How many of us have sat there and it's okay? How many of us have sat there and said a lot of mean, hurtful things when we're angry? I think I never said those kind of words to my husband, but I was in a relationship prior to him that those things were said back and forth. It's not that anybody actually hated anybody or all of that. Now, the FUs flying, I haven't, but I've been in situations where I've seen people fight and those kind of things were flying. Yes. I got sugar. I got some loving. She's finally calming down, y'all. She's been a little bit of a terror. She just loves to play. And she's learning to be cuddled. She was a wild one. She was outside kitty found here on the property. And she's starting to enjoy being loved. In fact, she came up and asked for it the other day. So we'll just have to wait and see. I wonder who's getting out of the car. Somebody's in front of my shop. I bet they're going to the beauty salon. Yep. That just cracks me up. Y'all, you sit here and there is beauty salon reserved parking. And you park everywhere but there's like 3 empty spaces and they park in ours. figure. Don't apologize. Ever. We all have lives and responsibilities. I had to step away and take care of you. I'm getting kitty hair up my nose. She has the softest, silkiest hair. Yes, you do, baby girl. Pretty Ellie. Pretty girl. Yeah. So, honestly, at this point, now that this is over, I really looked hard to try to find a reason to convict, and I can't. And that's my humble opinion. Whether she's innocent or not is not, I don't know. But when you look at how the trial was done, maybe I'm using the wrong hand. When you look at how the trial was presented and all of that, I can't convict. There's too much reasonable doubt. Are you going to get playful? Look at that tail whipping. Are you going to get playful? See, you don't stay lovey very long. The moment you roll on your back, it's game on. See what I mean? Game on. Let's see if I can calm her down. Good kitty. That tail is just whipping. Good kitty. You want to play? No, we don't play like that. We don't play like that. We don't play like that. You want to get down? Oh, did you find something? Oh, thank you. I think I'll let the kitty get down. She's playful. So, I sat down last night for a little bit and looked over all the notes, looked over everything, trying to see if I missed anything. It's so hard because she may be guilty. We will never know. Okay? She may be guilty. We'll never know. But the way this was presented and defended, there's too much reasonable doubt. Way too much. I'm just going to leave it running today. Yeah, we might as well. Lying on which side? Both? Now I've got a hair in my eye. You know, I mean, that's just a good girl. That's, when you go back and compare who said what, there's a lot of inconsistency. Now, understand that everybody's perception and everybody's memories are going to be a little different, but the core facts should remain the same, and they don't. But what bothers me is more than any other witness. Oh, there it is. More than any other witness is Jen McCabe. She bothers me. Not that what she said may or may not be true. It is the venom that she was spewing and the anger. And look, I get it. I was an innocent person. I didn't get charged with anything. I didn't commit a crime. I didn't do anything wrong. But yet, because of my husband, ex-husband, I caught a lot of hell, just like them. But you can't take it out on other people because you're getting caught into something. You just can't. It's that simple. And when you're in a trial, you're there to testify to the facts, not testify to what's happening to you.
That's because it's my responsibility. All right, jurors. Thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purposes of reaching a verdict in this case. But before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you instructions concerning the law. The instructions are divided into three parts. The first is general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third,
That's fine.
guidelines for your
What are the
deliberations.
specific instructions?
Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You will also get a written copy. I'll probably send in 3 or 4 to the jury so that you can refer to it in the jury room during your deliberations. I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. What the lawyers or witnesses may say or suggest about the law is not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you on what the law is. So I now will turn to part 1 of the instructions, the general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies in all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution is proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I will explain reasonable doubt in just a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. Ms. Reed does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk first about the roles we all have. You folks are the most important people in the courtroom. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and your job alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must determine the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have heard it and seen it in this courtroom and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes.
Mama.
Your deliberations are
That
no
is one of
place
the
for
most
emotion or
stressful moments
sympathy,
from
passion, or
parent to
prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I've given it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged, or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Now, your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in this case. However, I have no opinion about how you decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe that I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on the evaluation of the evidence. Now, the arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court's procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during a trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for and during the course of the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. Now, the verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits in the case. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as written statements by witnesses, police reports, autopsy, and accident reconstruction reports. Occasionally during the trial, you have heard references to such documents, and you may naturally wonder why neither side introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you view exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed or why. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about this case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements, and any comments they may have made are not evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witnesses, that is, their answers to questions, and the exhibits are evidence. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in this courtroom. But Your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law to that evidence. I have allowed you to take notes during the trial, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with other jurors. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Please keep an open mind until then. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations. It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship do they have to the case or to the other witnesses or the parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witness and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for that purpose. Now, you've heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted tests or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted test or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involve factual determinations that are entirely up to you. And you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. Now, during the trial, I gave you some limiting instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I am going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You have heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed had with Mr. O'Keefe and other witnesses in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29th, 2022. You may not consider that evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must also have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored them were in fact John O'Keefe, the defendant, or the witnesses who testified about their communication with John O'Keefe and or the defendant. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, or the witnesses who testified here before you were the persons who authored or transmitted the electronic communications, then you may not consider the electronic communications in deciding the case. Now, the Commonwealth has introduced photographs into evidence. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you, when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You've heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's cell phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of John O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. You've also heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you are going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she is alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence that you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witness testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinion witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training, and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of these witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the assumed facts are true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. Now, you have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you have and the testimony of the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it is written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what the exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, you give each exhibit. Now, you've heard me talk about the sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that we have to decide the case. Now, with the evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe, because you are entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that is sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Circumstantial evidence is competent to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seems more reasonable to you. Remember, when you are dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw any inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household, a child, roommate, or spouse, hands you the mail and states that he or she observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the event with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether the witness is credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case, not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I have just described. You may have noticed that the defendant did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. All right, that completes my first part of the instructions. Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. First, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 subparts, which I will call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of the 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether Mr. O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. The next is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. You'll have both these choices on the verdict slip. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. And fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. So to prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also in doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, and whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they've consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that their ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this first theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed any alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Now, under the second theory, and again, both will be on the verdict slip and you should decide each one. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test. Mr. Court Officer, I know it's traditional to not allow anybody in and out of the courtroom while I'm charging, so I'm going to ask you to follow that at this point. Thank you. It's distracting, and I don't want it to be distracting for you folks, okay? The fourth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently. That is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger or death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved the element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental, but it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in the category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition and how well the defendant could see and could control the vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what was the time of day, the weather and the condition on the road were, and what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all five elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of involuntary manslaughter, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So I will define involuntary manslaughter. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. Third, that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving a grave risk of harm to another person that a person undertakes with indifference or with disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of grave danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined them. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. So I will define that for you now. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as I've previously instructed you just moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by failing to do something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that could have avoided, that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or may not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of road it was, and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The next indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated on a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. And fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed you on the first and second elements. The other 4 elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define them any further. Save a little time for you. As a general rule, you are permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm, or intends to do an act which, in the circumstances known to him, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. Now that completes the second part of my instructions. I will now turn to the final instructions. In order for a jury to return a verdict, that is, to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are still 14 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial, if one or more jurors becomes ill or has to be excused for some good reason, we customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. However, when you begin your deliberations, the law of Massachusetts is that there can only be 12 jurors. Therefore, at the conclusions of my instruction, the clerk will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted because, as I've indicated, it is important that we have extra jurors in the case of emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the case all over again with the new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start their deliberations all over again from the very beginning. Therefore, it is important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone, including each other, for if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not influenced by anyone else. Now, different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own foreperson. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting a foreperson. A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations, however, in that sense is exactly equal with all the jurors. I am going to ask juror in seat number 1, juror number 400. Would you be our foreperson, please, sir? Thank you. When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all of the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you will use in returning your verdict. Your foreperson will be given verdict slips setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision as to any charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should continue deliberating until you have reached a final verdict on each charge. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room, and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I instruct you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of returning a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes until you have completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not consciously aware of them. And I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as a member of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions. So don't be shy or hesitate to speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible. That is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. I'm not suggesting that you will, but you might. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please feel free to bring them to my attention by writing a note dated and signed by the foreperson and sending it to me by way of the court officer. Because your role as the jury is to determine the facts of the case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible to provide you with a transcript of the testimony, even though we've had a phenomenal court reporter throughout this whole trial. If you send a question to me, I will respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. We will not answer a question or take a verdict between 1 and 2. You'll have lunch brought into you and decide whether you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return tomorrow morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before such time as you have reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict slips and notify the court officer that you have reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts to the court. I'm going to seek counsel before we reduce your number to 12.
Wow. Okay. That's done. What I'm going to do is as soon as we get the jury out of the room and they go into deliberation, I am going to leave it on screen. I'll have a thing. I need to make a banner. And hopefully that's decent. Scroll, add banner. Let me see how that looks. I don't like it. Okay, so what I'm going to do, thank everybody for joining me. I appreciate you. Let's see how that looks. I can always modify it. No, not what I wanted. Dag nabbit. I wanted to scroll. Let's see how that looks.
You are unmuted.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, will you choose the alternates, please?
Could the juror sitting in seat number 3, who is juror 79, step down and take your place as an alternate? And the juror sitting in seat number 2, juror 14.
All right, So, ladies and
I-
gentlemen,
Oh, I'm
we
sorry.
need to swear in the court officers. They're going to be in charge of you during your deliberations. I
the court
suggest that you listen to the oath that they are taking so that you can be aware of their responsibilities. Now you can swear them, Mr. Clerk.
You swear that you will keep this jury and alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree, that you not suffer any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they are agreed, nor suffer them to disperse until they discharge their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, so jurors, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you have heard here in the court during trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may now retire and deliberate your verdict.
Jurors, this time taking your notebooks, all rise, follow me.
Okay, so I'm going to run and get lunch and take care of some things. I will be popping in about every 30 minutes-ish or so. I will be monitoring everything, either be iPad, phone, and as soon as we have a verdict, I will be on for any questions. They drew the alternates out of, it was a drawing.
All right. So, counsel, I'll give you a few minutes to work with Mr. McDermott on the verdict slip, and then I'll come back out.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to leave this running. I'm going to grab lunch
All rise for the court,
and I
please.
shall return. Like I said, I will be monitoring. And if y'all hear something before I do, please let me know. Okay? Thanks for joining me. Y'all have a great afternoon. I'll be back. I'm back. Thank you for hopping on. I I didn't get to go get lunch. In fact, ended up, where's my phone? What's the problem? I ended up having, we hope is only a dead battery. We hope. So now I have had to get lunch delivered. It's here. I'm frustrated beyond belief. So all I need is a dead vehicle. I don't know what drained it. I don't know what happened, but it is what it is. I'm happy to have friends to help, and all is good. Okay. I purposefully have not paid a whole lot of attention. Sorry. To the Turtle Boy thing. I've also not paid attention to the crowds of people outside the courtroom. I'm sorry I'm eating, y'all, but I can't go anywhere. This is all I have to do. But I'm utterly shocked at how many people are outside that courthouse right now. It is all but mayhem. So, there are a lot of good people working there, and I feel for that town. Everyone's upset that Juror 12, not everyone, but some people are upset that Juror 12 got chosen. A lot of people felt she was pro Karen, but just kind of wondering what y'all think. What are y'all's doing? What's your thoughts on this? I'm looking at the charges and I'm thinking about the trial. I don't see how she is going to be found guilty of all that. I don't. I'm doing some back office stuff here while we're. Okay. So. I'm going to go to another trial. We're going to check in on the Wade Wilson trial. Okay. They too were out in jury deliberation. Okay. So they too are in deliberation. So we got 2 trials going on, 2 in deliberation. Okay. We'll see who pops first. We shall see. Okay. I just wanted to hop in and check on everybody and see how you're doing. I will check back in a little later. We are here. They have some news on the Wade Wilson verdict. So let's see what's going on.
While we're waiting, and again, the state defense defendant are present, is either side going to want the jury polled? If it is, I have the polling question. That's the standard question as part of death penalty cases promulgated by the Supreme Court. So I can use that. Okay. All right, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've been informed that you have reached a verdict or a decision in this matter. Is that correct? Who has the verdict form? All right. You'll pass that to the bailiff.
So within about an hour and 45 minutes, they came back with a verdict. I am not surprised. I think we all know what this is going to be. I know I'm being a little, well, I think he's guilty.
All right, verdict form appears to be in order. We'll let the clerk publish the verdict.
You going to rise?
The Circuit Court of the 20th Judicial Circuit in Fort Lee County, Florida. Criminal action. State of Florida versus Wade Wilson. Case number 19 CF 568. Jury verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, finds as follows.
That's right.
The defendant, Wade Wilson, in this case. As to
Life
count
or
one,
GP?
first-degree murder, Christine Milton. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of a felony and under sentence of imprisonment or placed on community control or on felony probation. Yes. We, the jury, find unanimously that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use of threats of violence to the person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. No. If you, the jury, answered no to every aggravating factor listed, you have completed your deliberations. If you, the jury, answered yes to any aggravating factor listed, proceed to section B. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. We, the jury, unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Wade
What?
Wilson should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 9-3 that Wade Wilson should be sentenced to death.
Wow.
As to count 4, first-degree murder, Diane Ruiz. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of aggravating factors. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of a felony and under sentence of imprisonment or placed on community control or on felony probation. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use of threat of violence to the person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. We, the jury, unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Wade Wilson should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 10-2 that Wade Wilson should be sentenced to death. Dated this 25th day of June, 2024, in Lee County, Florida, 4-person, 234.
Does anybody want the jurors to be polled?
Yes.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to ask each of you about the jury's decisions that you have just heard. And I'm going to go juror by number. So juror, do you, juror 97, agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Okay, Ronnie,
How you
I'm
say?
having a hard time hearing. Can you
Okay.
tell me what
Do
they
you
sentenced him to?
agree that the decisions read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 234. Do you agree that decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 3. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 205. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 101. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror
That's what I
215.
thought.
Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect
Mhm.
what the jury decided? Juror 87. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 362. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 136. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 193. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, sir.
Juror 315. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 309. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We've recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that, we thank you again for your service. Gather your belongings, make sure you don't leave anything in the jury room, and the bailiff will escort you out. You are discharged.
All right.
All right, please be seated. All right. What says the state in regards to sentencing? I know we have to have a Spencer hearing. And
You need to go ahead and set it up for a Spencer hearing. We also need to have a pre-sentence investigation.
Okay. All right.
So we're thinking 45 days out.
Are the parties available on July 22nd?
July 22nd?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Okay.
I'll be
How
flying
about-
back from Wisconsin.
Okay. How about July 29th?
I'm supposed to start a second-degree murder trial in Arcadia on the 29th. I can't be ready that fast.
How about about on July 23rd,
That'll work.
That works for the state.
What time, Judge?
9 a.m. So I will order a pre-sentence investigation report and have the Department of Corrections prepare that. And then we'll set sentencing and Spencer hearing.
Want the Spencer hearing at 9 and the sentencing at 1?
That's fine. We can do that. Start in the morning and then recess until the afternoon. So I'll give you all day on Tuesday, July 23rd, beginning at 9 a.m. Mr. Wilson, I believe he's already been fingerprinted, but it may need to get fingerprinted again and remanded, or does he need to get fingerprinted? Okay. Then he'll just be remanded. He'll be held without bond until July 23rd, what's sentencing and Spencer hearing on July 23rd, beginning at 9 a.m. Any other issues that the court needs to address?
We'll see you when you get back. It's okay. I'm going to disappear a little bit. My mom and dad are coming over. So this is done. So now we just need the other one. Wow. Okay. Well, we're going to go back up here, put that on, and I will see you in a little bit. Have a good one. We're still on. I'm back. Oh my God, we just had an amazing event happen here in my family. My daughter was in a car wreck, gosh, last year. And poor baby, she loved that car. That car belonged to her papa and it got totaled. And so she just did an entire semester of school with no car. Poor baby's walking everywhere. But anyway, Mimi and Papa blessed her with a car. So we just surprised my daughter with a car. It's a Honda Fit. So it's awesome. We're all in a great mood. My car battery died as I went to go to lunch. So it's been a crazy day. Crazy, crazy day. So, as some of you did see, we did watch the sentencing for Wade Wilson, and he was found guilty earlier, but today he was sentenced to DP, and therefore he will, of course, have the right to appeal. It will take many years. But for the two poor women that he ended their life, we just send sympathies to the families and hopefully some closure will happen. As always, my mods, thank you so much for holding down the fort. We are still in jury watch for a verdict watch for the Karen Reed trial. We are running a little late in the day. I think it's pushing 4 o'clock there. So we'll see what happens. I've been reading and watching a lot of questions and comments and all that kind of stuff all day from other people. And the overall opinion is basically either found not guilty because the prosecution really did not meet their responsibilities of proving beyond reasonable doubt. I felt the closing arguments, as well as the entire trial, was definitely um, more leaning towards the defendant's side. I think they did a phenomenal job. I just, like I've said before, I feel that they, as in the prosecution, has not met their responsibility, and they have also just handled this case backwards. They did not put the witnesses they needed to where they needed to, I think, to keep the storyline moving. I think the mistakes that they made, in my own humble personal opinion, is that they put all of the professional witnesses at the very end. I think if they would reverse that and was able to nail down more of the information on the vehicle, I think it would have been a little better. But some of the other problems they had is they did not have any of the camera evidences from the ring cameras from across the street. A lot of camera footage was missing or too corrupt that you couldn't see clearly. There was just too many holes in their theory. I felt that Lolly, the prosecutor, was also chasing the wrong rabbit on this trail. Instead of proving his case, he was more defending the defense's case. And that's kind of backwards. And the defense doesn't have anything to prove. They just got to put reasonable doubt. They definitely did that. Now, whether Karen Reed did this or not, that I don't know. But I can tell you, just as looking at this as an alternate juror, and just based on the evidence as I saw in court, this does not lead to a guilty. Now, there could be a possible hung jury. I think that is a possibility. But with what proof and evidence, I do not know. Okay? So I'm going to step out for a minute again, and I will be back with you in a little bit. Once again, mods, thank you so much for all that you are doing for me. You are awesome people. Love you dearly. And all my viewers, hang on. And as soon as something happens, I'll hop in and we'll watch together. I'll be right back.
During the course of the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting
Well, hello. I see I have China in the house. Hello. Here's my hat. I can't wear it. I got a big bun on my head. But welcome. Thank you for hopping in. Oh, I know. I heard they were dismissing the jury for the day. But I'm working on another hat. So you will love that. But I'm going to refresh and see what they're saying. I know it's being reported, but it has not popped up yet. So let me pull up. Let me see if I can find it on Twitter and get what they're saying there. Okay. Where is it? Let me get them. So what we're going to do is tomorrow we'll be live all day as well. So we don't have to worry about that, y'all. I will be live as long as we are in a jury watch. But I appreciate everybody so much. Y'all are just so awesome. Let's see what they're saying. Let me listen in. Okay, I got the little wheelie. Oh, let me get the sound on. I think he said the jury's out. Okay, I am looking to see, guys. Let me do my little fingers do the walk, and let's figure out, Ronnie, if you have that information, be a love and share it. Let me go to I'm going to go to my alternate feed. I'm not surprised if the jury is not going to render a verdict today. That doesn't surprise me. There's too many alternate charges that they could give her should they not find her guilty of second-degree manslaughter. So until I actually hear otherwise, we're going to stay here. But I'm not seeing it anywhere. Where is it, love? Where are you finding it? I'm looking on everything. So come on. Let's see who would be on. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Let's do this. Let's go to him. I appreciate you hanging in there. Let's see what Ted has to say. I haven't seen that news. Where did you hear it? No, I don't. I do not. Or I may. I don't know. I apologize. But thank you for joining me. I appreciate you. Let me pull full screen. Why can't I put comments? Everyone, yeah. 84% not guilty. I don't see anywhere where it says that the jury is being dismissed for the day. If you see that, let me know. In the meantime, we're going to let it run. I'm sure that they would come back into the courtroom. So right now, I don't see it. I'm going to come right back, okay? See y'all in a minute. Okay, guys, I'm back in. So, beloveds, where are you finding the jury's coming back tomorrow? Because it's not coming across court TV. Y'all, I have the best mods in the business. I really appreciate you. It's not in the comments yet. Let me see. Okay, that's you guys. You know, people don't realize a lot of this of what we do live when we do this was we're researching and pulling while we're actually live. And it is not easy, but we do have fabulous mods. Trial live. Let's go here. I was on X. That's why I was confused. I've been on X and it didn't show up. Not my. Let me go back. The clock is still ticking. Yeah, the same here. That's why I'm like, what? Any particular person? I'm under Ted Daniels and he hasn't posted anything. And Turtle Boy, he hadn't posted anything either. He's jury's out. He said that was 1 hour ago. And he did a video. So we're going to hang on just a little bit longer. And someone was asking me, so they're going to leave at 5 p.m. Yeah. Well, right now it's 4:16. Who knows? Maybe they'll come to a actual verdict. As much as I think that she is not guilty, and it seems like 84 to 89% of America, by all the polls, I firmly believe that she'll be acquitted. However, some people have asked what will happen if she's not acquitted. Well, and what will happen to the federal investigation against the Canton PD? I don't think that will stop the federal investigation at all against what's going on with the Canton PD, because that is a totally different situation. I do believe that there has been inappropriate stuff that has happened, and they will have to investigate that. Besides, the jury does have to come back in the courtroom, and that has not been shown yet. No, Karen, I have not watched that at all. By the way, Michelle, thank you. You are so awesome. Sometimes I get little gifts. I appreciate you. Y'all, I appreciate gifts, but I think if somebody gifts me another Starbucks tumbler, my son will shoot me. I probably have 30 of them. Y'all are so awesome. I appreciate you, but I'm going to have to start selling or getting rid of some of my Starbucks stuff. So, would you like a cup of coffee? Decaf? I got decaf. Okay. So I have my sweet mama in here. She's never seen me doing this before. And we're waiting for Papa and my daughter to return from taking care of some car business. But, you know, guys, I'm just, no matter what, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it probably a couple more times, but we got to remember why we're here. And I'm going to put it up and keep talking. John O'Keefe did not deserve what had happened to him. He was serving his community. He was a police officer. And we have to remember that there is a family out there who lost a son, a brother, a friend, etc. And in the end, this is justice for Johnny. So no matter what happens here, no matter what happens, there's going to be some hurt people. We got to keep that in mind, and we got to keep praying for them. Yes, I am going to be watching the Canton Select Board meeting. If you'd like for me to stream it live, I will. I don't know. I've never been in a electric vehicle, so I don't know if I like it or not. So, one of the things that I was going to say is also is the poor children to the brother and well sister and brother-in-law to John O'Keefe to lose your mother to cancer, your father to a heart attack 2 months later, and then a couple of years later lose your uncle who had been caring for you like a father. He became a parent to these children. And then these children to have to come in and testify kind of against the only woman at that time that even tried to be a mother to them. Yes, I will live stream it then if that's what y'all want. But I am very disheartened and saddened at the situation for those two children. I just hope and pray that they're with the grandparents and everything is going better. They get some healing and peace in their lives because this has been for I think everybody for them the worst situation to lose both parents and then the only other person who was caring for you is horrendous, absolutely horrendous. So all right, guys, I'm still sitting here. I'm going to visit with mom for a short moment and I'll hop back on. Thank you guys for watching. Be right back. Hello, guys. We are back. The jury has a request. I'm going to start. Why is my mouse acting slow? There we go. I don't have any sound yet. I don't think. There we go. Why don't I have sound? Can y'all hear it? Let me back it up. So the jury does have a question, and we are waiting. You can tell a lot from what's happening by the question a jury
This
asks.
is great. Thank you.
And here's the question. Let's see. Can you hear now? I am sorry about this little wheel, but this feed is so overwhelmed with viewers. That's the best we can do. So we are waiting for the question. Where's my ticker. There we go. Are you hearing that, guys? Waiting. It's like crickets in here. I'm sorry, I have to have fun with my sounds to be just a little entertaining at least. Okay, guys. I wished I could. Okay, I can now. I tried earlier and it wouldn't pop up. They had taken it off while we were waiting, but I got them up now. You're welcome. CG and Tex, when do you move? I wonder what the request is. Baby girl. This is just a good girl. This is where she stays all the time, Mom. more often than not, the cat mom is over here on the blanket on the pillow, and the dog is here. Where's she? Oh, hi, baby. Oh, since they say I'm working. Well, I heard a door, I think. Oh, everyone's standing. Jury coming in. I'm not surprised we have a request or questions for 9 weeks of trial. I didn't think they'd really have a verdict today. That would have been great. Ooh, Auntie Bev looks just so happy. Yeah, that's what we call the judge.
Thank you. Be seated.
I know the O'Keefes and the McAlberts aren't there.
All right, jurors. So as you know, I sent you in a note at 4 o'clock asking if you wanted to go home and come back tomorrow. You said yes. I apologize. It took us so long to get everybody together to do this. So I'm going to excuse you for today. When you come back tomorrow, you will start again after coming into the courtroom. So I do have to give you those 3 cautions, and the cautions also concern the
Okay, that's it. We are going to be doing this again tomorrow.
Do not do any
I'll be in with
independent
veils on,
research or investigation into this case.
and I
If
will
you happen
start,
to see,
I'll
hear,
sit
or
here and
read
just do my
anything about this
beating,
case,
waiting
please
for the
disregard it and let us
verdict.
know. You've all worked so hard for this last 8, 9, 10 weeks, however long it is. Let's just make sure that you continue to be as secure in how you've done things as you can. We really appreciate
So no
it.
sequestration of the jury.
Tomorrow morning. Have a good night.
Good, all rise, jury up.
She's all like,
Jim.
"Shut up! Go! Get out!" This judge is hysterical. Bada bing, bada boom. You're right. You're right. We're done. You're welcome, Ronnie. I appreciate y'all, and I love streaming for you. I will be back in at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning,
All right,
unless
we'll see
they
everybody tomorrow.
announce a different time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Be a recess.
Okay, we are in recess. We are done. So, wow, what a day. So, tomorrow morning, I'll be on at 8 a.m. I'll have my coffee. I'm going to have my comfy clothes on. I'm going to be working on beadwork, and we'll be waiting together. Hopefully, we'll have a verdict tomorrow. We at least got a verdict in the Wade Wilson trial. So that's over. We are still also that other trial, and I can never say his name, but we are still waiting on a verdict on that one. Mods, get sleep, get some rest. Everybody take care, be blessed, and remember, be kind. Everybody's going through something in their life. Be a blessing to them, and share and comment, like, and subscribes. Okay, peeps, we will see you later. Have a blessed evening. Bye-bye.
Are you done?
We gotta do the sensei thing. You ought to see this weird one. Sensei got another thing. I have to